Elden Ring has over 428 things most players have never stopped to think about, and tonight we're going through every single one of them. From the tiniest forgotten item descriptions to the biggest world-altering secrets buried deep inside the lore, so get comfortable. I put this video together because Elden Ring is one of those games where the story is almost entirely hidden from you. Nothing is spelled out. You piece it together from item descriptions, NPC dialogue, and half-buried environmental details. And I wanted to make something that organized all of that into one long, continuous experience you could actually follow. One specific choice I made when putting this together was to hold off on jumping straight into the demigods and the shattering. Instead, I start at the very beginning, the forces that shaped the world before any of the named characters even existed. Because without that foundation, the individual tragedies just feel disconnected. Everything in Elden Ring connects to everything else, and I wanted this video to feel that way too. Before I move forward, I'm counting on you to support my channel by clicking that tiny subscribe button so that we can spread these amazing videos to folks like you around the world. Thank you. Alright, let's begin. Fact 1. The Elden Ring is not a physical object in the traditional sense. It is better understood as a set of laws, the fundamental rules that govern life, death, and order in the lands between. Before the Elden Ring existed, the world operated according to older, looser principles. Death was not permanent in the way we might expect. Living things could die and come back. The Elden Ring, when it was placed into the Erd Tree by the Greater Will, effectively rewrote the rules for how existence itself worked. It is less like a crown and more like a constitution, the foundational document of reality for this world. Fact 2. The Greater Will is not a god in any conventional sense. It is something far more distant and impersonal than that. The lore suggests the Greater Will is a cosmic entity, something like an intelligence or a force that exists far beyond the boundaries of the lands between. It communicates its intentions through smaller intermediary beings, and it has almost no direct involvement in the specific events of the game. It set things in motion long ago, and then largely stepped back from any active role. Think of it less like a king and more like a physical law, gravity or entropy, something that shapes everything without caring about any particular outcome. Fact 3. The Greater Will sent the Elden Ring to the lands. Between inside a vessel called the Elden Beast is not just a monster you fight at the end of the game. It is the living container for the Elden Ring itself. The ring was not dropped or ceremonially placed on an altar. It arrived inside a creature that then became permanently bonded to the Erd Tree. The final boss of the main game is not a villain, it is a carrier, a cosmic postal service delivering the laws of the universe to a specific address. Fact 4. The two beings known as the Two Fingers serve as the primary communication channel between the Greater Will and the people of the lands between. They do not speak in full sentences. They communicate in fragments, in gestures, in signs. The Two Fingers are described as the mouthpiece of the Greater Will, but the lore points toward the idea that even the fingers themselves may not fully understand what the Greater Will actually wants. They interpret, they translate, and every translation loses something in the process. Fact 5. The Elden Ring is made up of multiple runes. These runes are not decorative. Each one is a fundamental law of existence. The rune of death, for example, was once part of the Elden Ring before it was removed by Marika. When that single rune was removed, death itself changed in the lands between. The removal of one law from a complete system of laws had consequences that rippled through every corner of the world. Imagine removing gravity from a physics textbook and expecting the other chapters to still make sense. Fact 6. The world of Elden Ring is called the Lands Between, and the name is intentional. It suggests a place that exists between greater cosmic forces, between the Greater Will, and whatever opposes it, between life and death, between grace and the void. The name is not just a poetic label, it is a literal description of what the place actually is. Everything here is caught in the middle of something larger than itself. Fact 7. The Erd tree is not a natural tree. It did not grow from a seed in the usual sense. It grew from the power of the Elden Ring and the greater will. Its roots extend deep beneath the entire world, and the lore suggests those roots connect to something fundamental about the nature of life in the lands between. Things that die near or within the influence of the Erd tree are absorbed back into it. The Erd tree does not just shelter life. In some sense, it consumes and recycles it. Fact 8. The golden light that emanates from the Erd tree is called grace. Grace is not just light or warmth, it is a tangible force in the world. Grace marks certain individuals, guides them, and gives them purpose. The tarnished, the playable character, are individuals who lost this grace at some point in the past, and the entire game is about them following a new guidance of grace back toward the Erd tree and the shattered ring it houses. Every site of grace they rest at is a small node of that same force, scattered across the landscape like breadcrumbs. Fact 9. There were beings in the lands between long before the greater will arrived. These ancient creatures are associated with what the game calls the Crucible, a primordial state of life before the Golden Order defined what life should look like, what form it should take, and what it should be valued for. Crucible Knights, the enemies you encounter early in the game, are soldiers who have maintained a connection to this older form of existence. They are not remnants of a forgotten era so much as chosen keepers of it. Fact 10. The Crucible is described as the wellspring of all life. It is a state of pure, undifferentiated existence before order was imposed on the world. In the Crucible, life was fluid. Creatures had features from multiple species simultaneously, wings, tails, horns, fins, all mixing together without any hierarchical framework, declaring one form more legitimate than another. The Golden Order eventually declared this kind of mixed existence to be impure, but the Crucible never truly disappeared. It simply went underground in both the literal and metaphorical sense. Fact 11. The ancient dragons predate the Elden Ring. They were among the original inhabitants of the lands between, existing in the time of the Crucible. The dragons had their own source of power, derived from their ancient stones, and they coexisted with other early life forms, before the arrival of the Greater Will changed the fundamental balance of the world. The dragons are not just powerful monsters in the game, they are survivors of a completely different cosmic era. Fact 12. Placidusax was once Elden Lord, not in the era of the Golden Order, but in the time before the current Elden Ring. His god, whatever deity came before the Greater Will, abandoned the lands between entirely and was never seen again. Placidusax remained, waiting for his god to return. He is still waiting when you find him. When you fight him in Farum Azula, you are fighting a being frozen in grief and loyalty to something that has been gone for an incomprehensible amount of time. He did not move on. He simply stayed suspended between an age that ended and an age he never accepted. Fact 13. Farum Azula is a crumbling city that exists in a state of temporal collapse. Time does not move normally there. The architecture is perpetually falling apart, and yet nothing fully hits the ground. Buildings hang in mid-descent. Debris floats in permanent trajectories that never complete. The lore suggests this is because Farum Azula is a remnant of the pre-Ring era, and the laws of time established by the Elden Ring do not fully apply within its walls. It is a place outside the normal flow of existence, a bracket in time that never closed. Fact 14. The Elden Ring was shattered. This is the central event of the game's backstory. Queen Marika broke the Elden Ring into pieces called Great Runes, and those pieces scattered to the demigods. The shattering of the ring destabilized everything it governed. The war that followed, called the Shattering, was a direct consequence of multiple demigods trying to seize as many pieces as possible. Every army you see, every ruined castle you explore, every dead knight on a battlefield exists because of what Marika did one specific day. Fact 15. Marika did not shatter the Elden Ring out of madness or sudden rage alone. One possible reading of the lore is that she did it deliberately, as an act of defiance against the greater will. The death of her son Godwyn, which she experienced through her connection to the Elden Ring, may have been the breaking point. She removed the rune of death from the ring first, an act that preceded the shattering itself, and the ring fractured as a consequence. Whether this was grief or strategy, or both simultaneously, is one of the game's most enduring questions. Fact 16. The great runes held by the demigods are not just fragments of power. Each one carries a portion of the fundamental laws of the world. When a demigod holds a great rune, they are holding a piece of reality itself. This is why the demigods are so disproportionately powerful. They are not just inheriting magical energy, they are inheriting laws that govern existence. Godwyn's great rune defined the enhancement of life. Rodan's governed the completeness of the body. Morgoth's governed endurance. Each rune is a philosophical statement as much as a source of strength. Fact 17. Godric the Grafted holds what is described as the most diminished of the great runes. His rune, when activated, raises all of the player's attributes slightly and broadly. This suggests that the portion of the Elden Ring he holds has something to do with the general enhancement of life, rather than any specific domain or specific law. Godric is considered weak among the demigods, and his rune reflects that diminishment, useful in a general way, but lacking the defining character of the more powerful runes. His inheritance matched his standing. Fact 18. The Elden Ring, before it was shattered, was held within the Ear Tree by Queen Marika, who also served as its vessel and its god. Marika and the Elden Ring were described as essentially one entity. When she broke it, she broke herself in a corresponding sense. The lore suggests that Marika was imprisoned inside the Erd Tree as punishment for what she did, not by a person or a government, but by the Erd Tree itself, or by the residual authority of the greater will operating through the tree. When you finally confront her at the end of the game, she is suspended there, merged with the broken ring, in a state that is neither alive nor dead in any normal sense. Fact 19. The greater will essentially abandoned the lands between after the shattering, at least in any meaningful operational sense. The two fingers continued to communicate its supposed intentions, but the actual entity stopped making its presence felt in any direct way. Some interpretations of the lore suggest that the greater will may have moved on to another world entirely, and that the events of Elden Ring are the fallout of a cosmic power that simply departed without explanation or apology. Fact 20. There are multiple outer gods in the Elden Ring universe, not just the greater will. The Scarlet Rot, the Frenzied Flame, and the formless mother associated with Moog are all believed to be expressions of separate cosmic entities with their own agendas and their own methods of extending their influence. These outer gods are in competition with one another and with the greater will. The lands between has become a kind of contested territory for their competing philosophies, whether the people living there know it or not. Every major faction in the game corresponds to an outer god's influence, even when those factions believe they're acting purely of their own will. Fact 21. The Frenzied Flame is associated with an entity that desires the end of all separation, the merging of all existence back into one undifferentiated mass. This is the opposite of the greater will's goal, which is order and hierarchy and the definition of what things are and what they are not. The Frenzied Flame ending is often read as the most nihilistic conclusion in the game, But the lore is careful not to frame it as simply evil. It is another cosmic philosophy pushed to its extreme. It believes that individuality causes suffering, and that the only cure for suffering is the end of individuality itself. Fact 22. The three fingers who bestow the frenzied flame are described as the counterpart to the two fingers. They communicate a very different message, not order and succession and the restoration of divine law, but unmaking and dissolution and the end of all things. The three fingers do not want a new Elden Lord. They want everything undone. The fact that they are beneath the Leyndell sewers, hidden under the city of the Golden Order itself, suggests that this opposing force has always been present at the very foundation of the world's supposed order. The seeds of the world's undoing were planted beneath the world's capital. Fact 23. Hieta, the blind woman you encounter along the Liurnia questline, is a finger maiden, but not for the two fingers. She is drawn toward the three fingers. She collects grapes and eats them. Specifically, she eats items described as grape-like objects that are in fact something much more disturbing, as a kind of communion with the frenzied flame. Her questline ends with her becoming a vessel for the frenzied flame, and she expresses something approaching peace at the prospect. Her story is one of the more quietly unsettling threads in the entire game. Fact 24. The scarlet rot is not a disease in the conventional sense. It is described as a manifestation of a different outer god, one that opposes the greater will. Malenia is the vessel of this god, and her body is in a constant struggle between the rot and her own will. The scarlet rot wants to spread, to consume, to replace the Golden Order with something older and more corrosive. It experiences itself not as destruction, but as growth. The rot grows, it blooms, it transforms. From its own perspective, it is not ending things, it is changing them. Fact 25. The Lake of Rot in the underground region of the Lands Between suggests that the scarlet rot predates the surface world, or at least that it has deep roots beneath the civilization the Golden Order built. The presence of Astel, natural born of the void, in the same underground area is interesting. It suggests the underground region was visited by or connected to cosmic forces entirely separate from the greater will. The underground world of Elden Ring is not just the Golden Order's basement, it is a meeting ground for multiple cosmic influences. Fact 26. Astel, natural born of the void, is not native to the Lands Between. The lore suggests it fell from the sky, specifically that it was drawn to the Lands Between by some force. Astel's presence near the Lake of Rot and along the path leading to Ranni's ending is significant. One reading suggests that Astel was sent by a different outer god, specifically to interfere with the greater will's plans, placed in the path of anyone trying to take the route Ranni requires. Even the cosmic opposition has opposition. Fact 27. The formless mother, the outer god associated with Mog, is described as a blood deity. Blood is a powerful symbol in the game. It represents life, lineage, inheritance, and the most intimate kind of connection. Mog's obsession with creating a new dynasty, the dynasty of Mog, is not personal ambition, divorced from cosmic context. He is a vessel working toward his god's ends, even if he experiences it as desire and love, and the sincere belief that he is building something beautiful. Fact 28. The concept of outer gods communicating through vessels is consistent throughout the lore. Marika is the vessel of the greater will. Malenia is the vessel of the scarlet rot god. Mog is the vessel of the formless mother. Even Melina possibly is connected to something larger than herself. The idea that no major figure in the Lands Between is acting purely of their own free will is one of the more troubling undercurrents of the entire narrative. Everyone is being used by something. Fact 29. The Elden Ring, in its complete form before the shattering, is described as the source of all grace in the world. When it was broken, grace did not disappear entirely, but it became fragmented and inconsistent. The sites of grace scattered across the world are described as remnants of the ring's original influence, smaller echoes of the complete law the ring once represented. Each site of grace is a shard of meaning in a world where the larger meaning was shattered long before you arrived. Fact 30. The word Elden itself is not explained directly in the game. Outside of the game, Hidetaka Miyazaki described it as something like the pinnacle or the source. The Elden Ring could be understood as the ring of all rings, the law of all laws. Every other rule governing the world is a subset of what the Elden Ring establishes. Its shattering was not just a political event or a personal tragedy. It was a metaphysical catastrophe, the equivalent of the laws of physics suddenly ceasing to agree with one another. Now let's talk about the Erd tree, which is both the most visible and one of the most misunderstood structures in the entire game. Fact 31. The Erd tree is visible from virtually everywhere in the lands between because it is enormous in a way that exceeds easy comprehension. It is not just tall, it radiates golden light that illuminates the entire region, functioning as a second sun that never sets. The tree functions as the central symbol of the Golden Order's authority, and its visual dominance over the landscape is entirely deliberate. You cannot look anywhere in the open world without being reminded that the Erd tree exists and presides over everything. Fact 32. The Erd tree has a will of its own, separate from the greater will and separate from Marika. When Marika shattered the Elden Ring, the Erd tree sealed itself. Nobody could enter. Nobody could approach it to begin mending the ring, even if they wanted to. The Erd tree's decision to seal itself is one possible indication that the tree operates as its own entity with its own priorities, and those priorities, when threatened, were self-preservation above all else. Fact 33. The only way to burn the Erd tree is with a flame carrying destined death, specifically with a fire potent enough to damage something that has been protected by cosmic law. Melina offers to become the kindling for this flame, burning herself to ignite the Erd tree. Her ability to carry and ignite this specific kind of fire suggests she has a connection to destined death, or to the rune of death. That is never fully explained in the main game. She is not just a companion, she is a key. Fact 34. The Erd tree has roots that extend into every part of the world, including underground regions. The giant roots you encounter in places like Stormvale Castle, in the depths of various catacombs, and throughout the Siofra River basin are not separate trees. They're extensions of the single Erd tree above. The tree has colonized the entire world from beneath the surface, making the lands between literally built on top of the Erd tree's foundation. Fact 35. When someone dies within the influence of the Erd tree, their soul is absorbed back into the tree. This is called becoming one with the Erd tree, and in the context of the Golden Order's religion, it is described as the ideal form of death, a peaceful return to grace. However, the law raises questions about whether this absorption is actually peaceful or whether it is closer to dissolution, the end of the individual, period, without continuation in any meaningful sense. Fact 36. The tarnished are individuals who lost the grace of the Erd tree and were exiled from the lands between. The game never fully explains when this exile happened or what specifically caused the loss of grace, but it happened long ago, before the shattering. When the tarnished are called back, they are being summoned by a new guidance of grace, possibly originating from Marika herself, rather than from the Erd tree's official authority. The new grace and the old grace may not be the same thing. Fact 37. The Finger Maidens serve the Two Fingers and, by extension, the Golden Order and the Erd tree. Their role is to guide tarnished who return, helping them gather great runes and work toward becoming Elden Lord in service of the Two Fingers agenda. The absence of a finger maiden for the player when they first arrive is notable. The game suggests that Melina is something of an unofficial substitute, someone who fills the role without being an officially sanctioned part of the system. She is helping the Tarnished, but not on behalf of the Fingers. Fact 38. The Erd Tree's interior is called the Erd Tree Sanctuary and leads eventually to the Elden Throne. When you finally get inside, after burning the tree, the scale of the interior makes it clear this is not just a tree, it is a cathedral, a palace, and a tomb all at once. The architecture inside the tree is as elaborate as any human-built structure in the game, which suggests either that the tree grew around existing architecture or that the Erd Tree itself generates structure as it grows, building its own sacred geometry from within. Fact 39. There are figures called Erd Tree avatars scattered across the world, giant golden tree spirit entities that guard the minor Erd Trees. These avatars are not described as living creatures in the conventional sense, and they are guardians of the Erd Tree's satellite extensions, and they attack anything that approaches. Their existence suggests the tree considers its extensions worth defending aggressively. The Erd Tree does not just grow, it protects what it grows. Fact 40. The minor Erd Trees are not just decorative. Each one is a focal point for the golden grace energy of the main Erd Tree. The lore suggests that the minor Erd Trees serve as distribution points, spreading the Erd Tree's influence to regions too far from Leyndell to be reached directly. The further you travel from the capital, the more you depend on these satellite nodes. The Erd Tree built itself a network. Fact 41. The Erd Tree can be damaged. The weapons of Redmane Castle and the scale of Radan's gravity magic are large enough that the lore references their capacity for regional destruction. The fact that a giant meteorite of Radan's power could crash into the ground and not destroy the Erd Tree suggests either how resilient the tree is, or alternatively, how protected it is by forces beyond physical impact. Perhaps both. Fact 42. The flowers that grow around the Erd Tree are called golden flowers, and they have funerary significance. Offering them is associated with Marika's rituals and with the concept of commending someone's soul to the Erd Tree. They appear near sites of grace, near bodies and in sacred locations throughout the game. They are treated with reverence that makes it clear they are not decorative. They are liturgical objects in a religion built on grass and gold. Fact 43. The Erd Tree's light does not reach the Lands of Shadow, which is the central setting of the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. The Realm of Shadow is a place where the Erd Tree's influence was deliberately excluded, and yet life and civilization still developed there. This suggests that the Erd Tree is not necessary for life to exist. It is the mechanism through which the greater will maintains control, not the mechanism through which life itself is possible. Life existed before the Erd Tree. Life exists beyond the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree would prefer you not realize that. Fact 44. The Erd Tree was not always golden. This is suggested by references to a time before the Golden Order took full hold, when the Crucible's influence was still dominant. The shift from the more primordial world to the clean, golden-lit world of the current era represents a transition from one cosmic power's control to another. The golden colour of the tree is the colour of the greater will's law, not of trees in general. Fact 45. The Erd Tree consumes. This is one of the more disturbing aspects of its nature. The bodies of the fallen are absorbed by golden tree root structures that appear to pull remains into the earth. Some lore associated with these structures suggests the absorption is not purely passive. The Erd Tree actively draws the dead toward itself. Whether this is consumption or preservation is a question the game deliberately refuses to answer cleanly. Fact 46. One reading of the game's lore suggests that the Erd Tree is afraid. The sealing of the tree following the shattering, the extreme defensive measures of the Erdtree avatars and the tree's reliance on an Elden Lord to maintain its authority all suggest that without these protections, the Erdtree is vulnerable. What it is most vulnerable to is not stated directly, but the presence of competing outer gods in the world gives some context. Something could unmake it. Something has been trying. Fact 47. The Elden Throne inside the Erdtree is where the Elden Lord sits. Godfrey was the first Elden Lord. When he was stripped of grace and cast out, the throne was not immediately filled. The game implies that between Godfrey's exile and the Shattering, Marika held power without an Elden Lord, which may have contributed to the conditions that led to the Night of Black Knives. Without an anchor, the system drifted. Fact 48. The Elden Throne is not just a seat of political power, it is described as a position of metaphysical significance. The Elden Lord serves as a kind of anchor for the Golden Order's laws, a mortal representative of the Ring's authority in the physical world. Without an Elden Lord, the world becomes less ordered, less defined. The demigods fighting over great runes during the Shattering were in part fighting to fill a power vacuum that had both political and cosmic dimensions simultaneously. Fact 49. The Erdtree cannot be entered in the normal game without first burning it. This is true even though Leyndell, the capital city built around the Erdtree, exists specifically to facilitate access to the tree. The city is full of religious infrastructure, priests, knights, finger readers, and scholars, all of whom exist to serve a tree they cannot actually enter. The irony of the Golden Order's most devout followers being perpetually locked out of the object of their devotion is not lost on anyone who reads the lore carefully. Fact 50. The word Erd in Erdtree is believed to derive from an archaic Germanic word meaning earth or ground. This is consistent with the tree's nature as something rooted deeply in the world, connected to the ground beneath the entire civilization. The combination of earth and tree gives a name that suggests not just a tree but the tree of the earth itself, a world tree in a sense, transplanted into a From Software cosmology with all the complexity that implies. Fact 51. The Erdtree's branches, when you see them from below in Leyndell, are not reaching upward in the way a normal tree does. They spread outward and hang downward in places, as if the tree is simultaneously reaching toward the sky and draping itself over the city beneath it. This visual design choice reinforces the tree's role as something that covers and envelops rather than simply aspires. It reaches in all directions at once. Fact 52. The Golden Order butterflies found throughout the game, including in various catacombs, are connected to the Erdtree's cycle of life and death. They are described as souls that have not yet fully returned to the tree, beings in transition, moving back toward the Erdtree's light, but not yet arrived. Their presence in dark places suggests they are on a journey. They will get there eventually. They always get there eventually. Fact 53. The Erdtree does not grow fruit. This is unusual for a tree of its mythological stature. The game's lore has golden seeds, but they are described as seeds of the minor Erdtrees, not of the main tree itself. The main Erdtree does not reproduce by conventional means. Its expansion happens through the spread of grace, not through seeds or offspring in the biological sense. It grows by extending authority, not by planting. Fact 54. The Elden Ring's relationship to the Erdtree is described as a symbiosis. The ring provides the laws, the tree provides the vessel, and the means of distributing those laws throughout the world. Without the Elden Ring, the Erdtree would still exist physically, but would lack purpose or authority. Without the Erdtree, the Elden Ring would have no anchor in the physical world. They are described as inseparable, which is why the shattering of the ring also damaged the Erdtree's authority in ways that neither could repair alone. Fact 55. The burning of the Erdtree opens the path to the Elden Throne, but it does not destroy the tree. After you burn it, the Erdtree continues to glow, changed, scorched at its base but present. The fire of ruin does not kill the Erd tree, it opens it. The distinction between destroying and opening is important. The ending you choose determines what happens to the Erd tree afterward, and in most endings, the tree persists in some form, its nature transformed, but its physical presence remaining. Now let's move into one of the most important and most complicated figures in the entire game. Queen Marika. Fact 56. Marika is a Numen, not a human. The Numen are a race described as nearly human, but carrying the bloodline of an ancient people from outside the lands between. They are said to be longer lived than regular humans, and subtly different in ways the game does not fully specify. Their foreign origins are consistent with Marika's eventual role as a god. She was never fully of the world she came to rule. She arrived in it. She was always, in some sense, an outsider. Fact 57. Marika is also Radagon. This is one of the game's most significant revelations, and it is delivered in a way that forces players to piece it together themselves. Radagon was believed to be a separate person, a great warrior who became Marika's second consort after Godfrey. The game reveals that Radagon and Marika are the same being, split into two forms. The reasons for this split are not fully explained, but the lore suggests it was something Marika chose or was forced into, a division of self that mirrors the game's larger themes about the conflict between devotion and resistance. Fact 58. One reading of the Marika-Radagon duality suggests it reflects a profound internal conflict expressed as a literal separation. Radagon was wholly devoted to the Golden Order and worked to repair the Elden Ring after Marika shattered it. Marika, in shattering it, was defying the greater will. One interpretation is that Marika and Radagon represent two aspects of the same being who want fundamentally different things. One who serves the greater cosmic order and one who rebels against it. They were one person fighting with themselves, so completely that they became two. Fact 59. Marika's original home, before she became a god, was in a place called the Badlands. She came from a community of new men living in poverty and marginalization, far from the centers of power. Her rise to godhood was not a coronation by a grateful people. The lore suggests she worked actively to secure the greater will's favor, and that the process involved significant personal sacrifice. She built herself into a god through will and action, not through inheritance. Fact 60. Marika had children with multiple partners across an extremely long life. Her first consort was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Together they had Godwyn the Golden, who was beloved above all other demigods. They also had the twins Morgott and Mohg, though the twins were born as omen, a condition considered cursed, and were hidden away beneath the capital. Marika also had Malenia and Miquella through her relationship with Radagon, her own other self, which means she technically had children with herself, a form of divine self-creation that the game treats not as absurd, but as the natural consequence of what she was. Fact 61. Marika's children through Radagon, Malenia and Miquella are described as demigods, afflicted with curses from the moment of their birth. Malenia was born with the scarlet rot. Miquella was born with a curse that prevented him from aging. These curses are interpreted in multiple ways abadikitu, as signs of the outer gods competing to influence Marika's bloodline, as punishment for the unnatural circumstances of their conception, or as something inherent to beings born of such an impossible union. Fact 62. Marika removed the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. This single act had more downstream consequences than almost anything else in the game's history. By removing the Rune of Death, she made it so that the people of the lands between could not truly die. They would be reborn at sites of grace indefinitely. This sounds merciful, and she may have intended it that way. But it also meant that destined death was no longer a natural part of the world's order. Things that should have ended continued. And then when the Rune of Death was eventually used against Godwyn, The consequences were catastrophic precisely because death had become so alien to this world. Fact 63. After shattering the Elden Ring, Marika was imprisoned inside the Erd tree. She is not imprisoned by a person or a government. She appears to be imprisoned by the Erd tree itself, or by the greater will's residual authority operating through the tree as a punitive mechanism. When you finally encounter her at the end of the game, she is fused with the broken pieces of the Elden Ring, suspended in the tree's interior in a state that is neither alive nor dead in any normal sense. The God who built the world is sealed inside its most sacred structure, broken and waiting. Fact 64. Marika's prayer, "Hear me, Erdtree, thou art sapped of strength, I see. Nevertheless, grant me a king. Grant me a strong king," is one of the most haunting lines in the game's opening. It is not a confident command from a goddess to her instrument. It is a plea. Marika is not in control. She is asking. Even as a god, she was dependent on forces she could not command outright. The most powerful being in the lands between was also its most constrained. Fact 65. The gold mask worn by followers of the Golden Order represents Marika's face. This is consistent with religious traditions of creating devotional masks of a deity. The distribution of these masks throughout the lands between is a sign of how pervasive the Golden Order's religion was. Even in death and chaos, even during the shattering, people still wore Marika's face as a mark of devotion. They worshipped the face even when the person behind it was imprisoned and broken. Fact 66. Marika was not the first god of the lands between. Placidusax had a god before her, a completely different entity that came before the greater will and then departed. This raises the question of what happened to that earlier divine order. Marika's ascension may have been a natural succession, or it may have involved the displacement of whatever came before. The lore is silent on this. But the presence of Farum Azula as a place frozen in the moment of abandonment suggests that the transition between cosmic powers in this world is never clean. Fact 67. Marika chose Godfrey as the first Elden Lord specifically because of his prowess as a warrior. The lore describes how she guided him, elevated him, and stripped him of his fell god, the spirit Serosh, a lion spirit of restraint bound to Godfrey to prevent his battle lust from consuming him, to make him a more effective weapon for the Golden Order's wars. The relationship between Marika and Godfrey was one of genuine love, but it was also one of use. She needed a fighter, and she shaped him into the finest one available. Fact 68. When Godfrey's campaigns ended, and there was no more land left to conquer, Marika stripped him of grace and sent him and his warriors away from the lands between. The tarnished Kai, the player character, and countless others descend from these warriors. Marika's decision to exile Godfrey was not a punishment in the traditional sense. The lore suggests she may have planned for the tarnished to eventually return as a contingency, as a group of candidates who would be hardened by a life outside of grace, and who would come back as potential Elden Lords, unconstrained by existing political loyalties. Fact 69. The story of Radagon before he was revealed to be Marika is one of the game's more interesting separate threads. Radagon was presented as a great champion who had a relationship with Renala of the Full Moon before he left her to become Marika's consort. The anguish this caused Renala is one of the emotional cores of the early game. She broke when Radagon left, and the entirety of Raya Lucaria Academy became a monument to that grief, an institution sustained by the love of a woman who refused to let go of someone who was never truly coming back. Fact 70. Radagon left Renala 3 golden great rune fragments as a parting gift. Renala distributed these fragments to her most powerful students, who became her 3 great children in an adoptive sense, the sources of her emotional sustenance after his departure. This detail contained in item descriptions rather than dialogue, is one of the game's quieter lore moments. Renala built an entire institution around the love she lost. The Academy ran on the energy of her grief for years. Fact 71. Radagon worked to repair the Elden Ring after Marika shattered it. The nature of this effort is described as futile, but entirely sincere. The shards of the Elden Ring cannot simply be fused back together by even the most powerful being in the world. Radagon's attempts were described as hammering at the ring, and the sound that opens the game's title screen, the rhythmic metallic strike that plays under the logo, is interpreted by many lore scholars as the sound of Radagon striking the ring, a futile act of devotion, continuing even as the world fell apart around him. Fact 72. Marika's lineage extends through most of the game's major demigod characters, which is important to understand in order to see how the Shattering's family war worked. Godwyn, Morgott, and Mog were born of Marika and Godfrey. Malenia and Miquella were born of Marika as Radagon, making them her children with herself. Ranni, Ricard, and Radan were born of Renala and Radagon before he became Marika's consort, making them Radagon's children from a previous relationship, and therefore half-siblings to Marika's direct children. The Shattering was a family conflict that covered an entire continent. Fact 73. Marika's act of shattering the ring was not spontaneous. The Night of Black Knives, in which Godwyn was killed, occurred first. Only after the loss of her son, specifically through the use of the Rune of Death she herself had removed from the ring, did Marika shatter the ring. The sequence of events matters. The night was the catalyst, the shattering was the response, and everything the player experiences in the game is the aftermath of that response. Fact 74. There is a version of events in the lore suggesting that Marika knew the Night of Black Knives was coming. Some scholars of the game point to her relationship with Ranni and to the timing of various events as evidence. Ranni orchestrated the assassination. If Marika was aware and allowed it to happen, then the shattering of the Elden Ring was not a reaction to grief, but a premeditated act of defiance that had been building for years. She may have sacrificed her beloved son to create the circumstances for her own act of cosmic rebellion. The lore does not confirm this. It simply leaves the door open. Fact 75. Marika's divine status is described as absolute within the framework of the Golden Order. She was worshipped as the one god, the vessel of the Elden Ring, the source of all grace, but the lore treats her as a deeply compromised figure, someone who achieved godhood through manipulation and maintained it through violence and selective truth. The contrast between the reverence shown to her in the game's religious art and the ambiguity of her actual character is one of the game's recurring tensions. Devotion and truth do not always occupy the same space. Fact 76. The name Marika may be derived from the name Maria or from Germanic roots meaning beloved or grace. In the context of the game, she is both the beloved of the greater will and the bearer of grace to the lands between. The name being associated with a kind of divine favour is entirely consistent with her role as a god whose identity is entirely tied to her relationship to the powers that elevated her. She is grace, she is beloved, she is also imprisoned and broken. Fact 77. Marika has multiple dialogue lines in the game that are presented as prayers or proclamations rather than conversations. She addresses the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, and unnamed forces. None of these are responses to another character's question. They exist as isolated utterances that feel like fragments of a much larger unrepeated conversation, a god speaking into a void and hoping something hears. These fragments are some of the most evocative writing in the game, precisely because they give you pieces without giving you the whole. Fact 78. The image of Marika within the Erd Tree, crucified against the shattered frame of the Elden Ring, is one of the most visually striking moments in any From Software game. It evokes multiple religious traditions without directly copying any of them. The visual language of sacrifice and imprisonment is unmistakable, but whether Marika is a martyr, a prisoner, or a monument is something the game allows each player to determine for themselves. Fact 79. In the game's endings, Marika's fate depends on the player's choice. In the Age of Fracture ending, she crumbles and dies, her purpose fulfilled, or possibly her punishment finally complete. In other endings, the player reshapes the world around a new source of law, and Marika's death becomes the starting point for something rather than just a conclusion. What she spent her existence building does not survive the game's endings intact, but it informs them all. Fact 80. The golden halo associated with Marika in artworks and in the game itself is not just an aesthetic choice. The halo in the context of this game is a sign of divine status, a mark of the greater will's favour made visible. When demigods are shown without halos but with golden visual language around them, it suggests they are elevated but not quite at the same level as their divine mother. Marika's halo is consistent in every depiction. It never wavers. Even imprisoned, she glows. Fact 81. Marika's name is spoken aloud in the game only rarely. Most characters refer to her obliquely as the Queen, as the God, as the one God. The scarcity of her name in dialogue, relative to how important she is, creates an atmosphere of religious awe around her. In the context of the game's world, speaking her name too casually is probably not something people do lightly. Fact 82. There is evidence that Marika's actions after the Night of Black Knives were not entirely rational. The fragmented and violent nature of the Elden Ring's shattering, not a clean break, but a chaotic fracture, suggests an emotional act rather than a calculated one. Whatever plan she may have had, the execution seems to have been driven by grief, and grief at the scale Marika felt it translated into consequences that far exceeded anything purely strategic thinking would have produced. Fact 83. Marika's relationship with the two fingers is described as strained in the late stages of her rule. The fingers represent the greater will's will, and Marika increasingly acted against that will in the events leading up to the shattering. By the time she broke the ring, she had effectively declared war on the system she had served for her entire existence. One possible reason for her subsequent imprisonment is not just punishment, but containment, the system keeping the one person who could undermine it from doing so again. Fact 84. The fragments of Marika's body are scattered throughout the Erd Tree interior. The fact that she is both physically broken and metaphysically imprisoned suggests that the shattering of the ring was not just an act of rebellion, but of self-destruction. She broke the ring and it broke her in return. Or possibly, the Erd Tree broke her. The exact mechanics of her current state are one of the game's intentionally preserved mysteries, and they may be meant to remain so. Fact 85. Marika is described in one piece of lore as the Eternal, a title reflecting both her divine immortality and the aspiration that her divine order would last forever. The irony of the game's narrative is that the eternal Marika is broken and imprisoned when you encounter her, and the world she built is in complete chaos. The title reads not as a fact but as a promise that was broken before you ever arrived. Fact 86. The religious architecture of Leyndell, including the churches, the finger-reader crypts, and the golden altars, all contain iconography directly tied to Marika's image and story. Reading the architecture like a text tells the story of her ascension, her campaigns, her age of plenty, and then stops. The architecture after the shattering has no new chapters. The city simply continues worshipping a god who is no longer functioning in any conventional way because it does not know what else to do. Fact 87. Marika's connection to the Numen, people she came from, was severed when she became a god. The new men she left behind remained on the margins of her society while she ascended to its apex. The people who helped engineer the Knight of Black Knives were in part people from her own community who felt abandoned by the god they had produced. There is a bitter irony in that. The assassins who destroyed her world came from the world she left behind. Fact 88. The Black Knife assassins were all women. The Black Knife armor found in the game belongs exclusively to female figures. The lore suggests this was intentional. The new women who became assassins were chosen specifically for reasons of access and capability. Their all-female composition is not incidental. It is part of the operation's design. Fact 89. Marika never appears as an enemy in the game. You fight Radagon, her other self, just before the Elden Beast. When Radagon is defeated, Marika's broken form is briefly revealed before she crumbles entirely. The fact that you never fight Marika directly, only her other half, is a significant narrative choice. One reading is that Marika chose not to fight back. Another is that she was already too broken to resist. A third is that fighting the Tarnished was never her conflict to resolve. It was Radagon's. Fact 90. The item called the Elden Remembrance, obtained by defeating the final boss, is described as the memory of Marika. Not of the Elden Beast, not of Radagon, of Marika. This suggests that the final encounter is, at its core, about her. Radagon and the Elden Beast are the mechanisms of the final fight, but the memory the world retains of that encounter is Marika's. She is the reason for all of it. She is the memory that persists when everything else is gone. Now let's look at the Elden Beast more closely. Fact 91. The Elden Beast is not just a monster. It is described in lore as a golden beast from the outer gods, specifically from the Greater Will, sent to the lands between in a golden star. The lore describes it arriving long before the current age, before even Marika's time, carrying the Elden Ring inside it. Everything the Golden Order built ultimately rests on the back of this creature. The tree grows around it, the laws flow from it. The entire civilization is downstream of a thing that fell from the sky. Fact 92. The Elden Beast's design incorporates elements of deep-sea creatures, specifically things like whale anatomy and bioluminescent organisms, from environments so extreme they feel extraterrestrial. This is a deliberate visual choice. The Greater Will's messenger is designed to look like something from an alien ocean, reinforcing its origins as a thing from somewhere utterly unlike the land-based world of the lands between. Fact 93. The Elden Beast has no discernible face. This is unusual for a From Software final boss, most of which have visible, expressive faces that communicate something about their nature. Its attacks are cosmic and impersonal. Fighting it feels less like combat with a creature, and more like combat with a force of nature. This design reinforces the idea that the Greater Will, through its vessel, does not relate to individual beings in any personal way. It is simply enacting laws. Fact 94. The Elden Beast projects golden light that heals itself during the fight. This mechanic reflects its nature as the vessel of the Elden Ring. The ring's laws include the renewal of grace, and the beast essentially embodies those laws at a fundamental level. The healing is not magical in the conventional sense. It is the laws of the world trying to maintain themselves. Existence is self-repairing, at least for now. Fact 95. The Elden Beast's attack that creates the glowing golden sword, the sequence called Elden Stars, mirrors the visual language of the Greater Will's star arriving in the lands between. The attack where it stretches and projects this enormous construct is described in item lore as mimicking the original arrival of the golden star that carried the Elden Ring to this world. The boss is not just fighting you, it is reenacting the original moment of the Greater Will's arrival. Fact 96. The Elden Beast is permanently bonded to Marika. She is its vessel, and it is her content. When Radagon is defeated, the Elden Beast emerges directly from Marika's shattered body. The physical image of the beast emerging from the broken god is one of the most explicit visual statements in the game about the relationship between Marika and the greater will. She was always just a container for something else. Every choice she made, every love she felt, every act of defiance, it was all in the service of carrying this thing. Fact 97. The lore of the Elden Beast suggests it is not malevolent. It is not angry with the player. It is doing what it was made to do, protecting the laws of the Elden Ring. When it attacks you, it is not an enemy with a grudge. It is a defense system that has identified a threat to the laws it embodies. The Elden Beast fights without hatred because it is incapable of hatred. It is simply purpose made flesh. Fact 98. The defeat of the Elden Beast does not destroy the Elden Ring. It destroys the vessel. The ring itself, as a set of laws, is still present in the world after the final boss. This is why the player can then mend or rewrite the ring in the game's endings. The ending is not the destruction of all lore. It is the opportunity to decide what the new lore will be. Killing the beast is not the end. It is the beginning of the choice. Fact 99. The Elden Beast's arena is a sea of stars. This is almost certainly a representation of the greater will's domain, the cosmic void from which the Elden Beast came. The player is brought to this arena to fight the final battle, and the visual language suggests that the battle takes place not in the physical world, but in the metaphysical space where the greater will's authority originates. You are fighting on its ground, and you still win. Fact 100. The sound design of the Elden Beast fight is one of the most distinctive in the game. The music is ethereal and inhuman in a way that sharply contrasts with the orchestral intensity of other late-game bosses. The sound design reinforces the sense that the Elden Beast is not a creature of the lands between. It is a visitor from somewhere else, and fighting it feels accordingly alien. Nothing in the rest of the game sounds like this fight. Fact 101. The Golden Order fundamental incantations draw power from the Elden Beast indirectly. These spells channel the laws of the Elden Ring, which are housed in the beast. When a player casts a Golden Order spell, they are technically borrowing power from the same entity they eventually have to kill. There is something poetic about that circularity. The tools of the Order are made of the Order's own foundation. Fact 102. The Elden Beast is described as fundamentally different from the dragons, the giants, and the other primordial creatures of the lands between. Those creatures are native. The Elden Beast is an outsider. It was sent here. The difference matters because native creatures, however powerful, operate within the world's existing laws. The Elden Beast defines those laws. It cannot be bound by them in the same way. Fact 103. The size of the Elden Beast in the final arena defies the scale of anything else in the game. Even Placidusax, who is enormous, fits within a comprehensible sense of massive. The Elden Beast fills the sky. Its scale communicates that this is not just a powerful enemy. It is the culminating encounter with the cosmic force that has been governing the entire game's world from before the beginning. Fact 104. There are very few direct references to the Elden Beast in item descriptions and NPC dialogue. Most lore discussions refer to the Greater Will or to the Elden Ring, not to the extraterrestrial creature that is the source of both. This absence is meaningful. The inhabitants of the lands between relate to the laws and to the god, not to the alien thing that carries them. Acknowledging the beast would undermine the religious framework that Marika and the Golden Order built. Fact 105. The Elden Beast's defeat is the prerequisite for any of the game's endings. No ending is possible while the beast still lives. This makes it the final guardian of the status quo. As long as it lives, the laws of the Greater Will cannot be changed by anyone. The entire game is, in one sense, about reaching the point where those laws can be challenged. Fact 106. The sound of the Elden Beast dying, the way the music shifts, the way the arena seems to exhale, is one of the most well-crafted audio moments in the game. It does not feel triumphant, it feels enormous. Something of cosmic scale has ended, and the world is briefly, completely silent around what you have done. Fact 107. The golden tendrils the Elden Beast projects during combat are similar in visual design to the roots of the Erd tree. This connection between the beast's body and the tree's structure reinforces the idea that the Erd tree and the Elden Beast are extensions of the same organism, or at least the same system. The tree is the beast's body, expressed through the world. Fact 108. Defeating the Elden Beast is described in one ending's lore as the death of a star. This language treats the Elden Beast not as a creature, but as a cosmic object, something that burns and illuminates, and is gone when the fire ends. The metaphor is accurate to the scale of what the player has just accomplished. Killing a creature is one thing, extinguishing a star is another. Fact 109. The greater will does not appear in the game in any direct form. Its only representations are the Elden Beast, the two fingers, and the grace that flows through the world. The entity itself is never depicted, never described in physical terms, never heard. It is the central unseen force of the entire narrative, the cause of everything that happens, visible only through its effects. The puppet master who never appears on stage. Fact 110. The ending, called the Age of the Stars, associated with Ranni's questline, is in many ways the ending most directly in opposition to the Greater Will's designs. It removes the Elden Ring's lore from the lands between entirely and sends the world into a dark but free future, a future without predetermined fate, without cosmic authority, without grace guiding the living toward an agenda they did not choose. Whatever comes next will be up to the people who remain. Now let's talk about the Golden Order. Fact 111. The Golden Order is the religious and political system built around the Elden Ring and the Erd tree. It established Marika as the one god, decreed the laws of life and death, and organized the lands between into a theocratic civilization with the Erd tree at its center and Leyndell as its seat of power. It was the world's only official ideology for an enormous span of time, and almost everything in the game is either a product of it or a reaction against it. Fact 112. The Golden Order declared multiple things to be heresy. Anything associated with the Crucible, the primordial state of mixed life, was considered an abomination. Anything related to destined death was considered blasphemous. The removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring was an act of making death itself heretical, which is an extreme theological position, even by the standards of a theocracy. Fact 113. The Golden Order had a concept called the Erd tree's grace, which was extended to people who lived virtuously within its laws. This grace manifested as a physical mark, the golden glow that guided the tarnished. The loss of grace was not just a spiritual or social concept. It had tangible, real-world consequences, including permanent exile from the only civilization that mattered in this world. Fact 114. The Golden Order fundamentalists are a faction within the broader Golden Order who adhered most strictly to the original laws established by the Elden Ring. Even after the shattering, they maintained their practices and their worship. The irony is that the thing they worship, the Elden Ring, is shattered, and the god they serve is imprisoned and broken. They continue a religion whose object no longer functions in any conventional way. Fact 115. The two fingers have multiple finger reader attendants in Leyndell who interpret the fingers' signs for ordinary people. These readers served as intermediaries between the cosmic entity and the public, translating fragmented communication into actionable religious guidance. The fact that interpretation was necessary suggests that the greater will's communication was always ambiguous enough to require human mediation, which means the human element introduced error, bias, and occasionally convenient misreadings. Fact 116. The Golden Order's laws extended to the nature of the human body. The omen condition, in which people were born with horns, tails, and other marks of the crucible, was considered a curse and a sign of impurity. Omen children were taken from families and either killed or imprisoned. This was official Golden Order policy, and it applied even to royalty, as we see with Morgoth and Mog. The Golden Order did not make exceptions for its own. Fact 117. The Golden Order maintained an organization called the Crucible Knights, which is a fascinating contradiction. The Crucible Knights draw their power from the very thing the Golden Order officially declared heretical, the primordial crucible. Their existence suggests that the Golden Order's relationship with the crucible was more complex than simple prohibition. They used its power while officially condemning it. They were the system's dirtiest secret, funded and fielded in open view. Fact 118. The Crucible Knight enemies are among the earliest challenging opponents in the game, encountered in places like Stormhill Evergale and the Weeping Peninsula. This placement is intentional. They appear early to signal that the Golden Order's military power was not just golden fire and incantations. It was built on an older, deeper, more primal kind of strength. Fact 119. The Golden Order had a ceremony for the granting of great runes to the demigods. This ceremony formally established each demigod's domain within the world. When the ring shattered, these formal grants became simple possession, each demigod holding a fragment without the context of the complete ring that would have given it meaning and direction. They had power without purpose, which is one of the most dangerous things in the world. Fact 120. The concept of grace in the Golden Order is not purely metaphysical. It had material expressions, weapons blessed by the Erd Tree, armor imbued with golden light, incantations that channeled the ring's laws. The Golden Order's military was as much defined by this material grace as by numbers or strategy. Fact 121. The body of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, is not present in the main game in any conventional sense. What you fight in Lane is his ghost, his idealized memory, preserved by the grace of the Erd Tree. The fact that his ghost is still there, still guarding the approach to the Elden Throne, suggests that the Erd Tree considers him the legitimate last occupant of a throne that has been empty since the shattering. The tree remembers its first king. Fact 122. The Golden Order produced an extensive body of scripture and religious texts, fragments of which appear in item descriptions throughout the game. These texts describe the laws of the ring, the duties of the tarnished, the nature of the Erd Tree, and the correct practices for grace. They are the closest thing the Golden Order had to a Bible, and like most religious texts, they are full of ambiguity that different factions interpret differently. The religion is larger than its scripture, and the scripture is larger than anyone's reading of it. Fact 123. The Erd Tree's grace, according to Golden Order scripture, is not given freely to everyone. It is described as a gift that must be earned through virtue and service. The tarnished lost it. The omen were never considered worthy of it. The crucible practitioners rejected it. The Golden Order's concept of grace is inherently hierarchical, which is one of the reasons its collapse was so total. When the hierarchy lost its source of authority, the entire structure fell apart simultaneously. Fact 124. The age before the Golden Order, the time of the Crucible, is romanticized by some factions in the game, including the Crucible Knights themselves. But it is important to note that the Crucible was not necessarily a paradise. It was chaotic, violent, and without structure. The Golden Order, for all its tyranny, also created stability, medicine, art, architecture, and civilization. The game does not frame the Crucible as simply good and the Golden Order as simply bad. Both were imperfect expressions of different cosmic priorities. Fact 125. The Tarnished, when they return to the lands between, are viewed with a mixture of reverence and suspicion by surviving Golden Order adherents. They are simultaneously the fulfillment of a prophecy and a potential threat to whatever remains of the Old Order. Characters like Finger Reader Enya treat the Tarnished with carefully measured respect, understanding what they represent without being fully comfortable with their presence. Fact 126. There are multiple factions within what survives of the Golden Order's structure during the main game. The Two Fingers and their attendants represent one branch. The Volcano Manor represents a rebellion. The Round Table Hold exists as a kind of neutral site where various Tarnished gather. The Golden Order that the player experiences is not a unified entity, but a collection of fragments, arguing about what comes next and whether anything should come next at all. Fact 127. Sir Gideon Ofnir, known as the All-Knowing, is one of the most intellectually interesting characters in the game. He spends the entire narrative gathering information, working toward becoming Elden Lord himself, and ultimately concluding that no Tarnished should become Elden Lord because the Greater Will has abandoned the lands between. His information gathering is so obsessive that it borders on mania, and his final boss fight feels less like an act of malice and more like the last desperate act of a man who has lost his purpose and cannot accept what to do next. Fact 128. Nephili Lu, who appears as an NPC questline character, is actually a daughter of Godfrey, making her a demigod by bloodline. But she does not behave like one. She fights like a warrior, follows her own code, and ultimately can become the ruler of Stormvale Castle if the player supports her. She represents what a child of Godfrey looks like without the corruption of the demigod power struggle. She is just a fighter trying to do something right. Fact 129. The concept of an Elden Lord is not purely a political title. The lore suggests that the Elden Lord, when properly sanctioned by the Two Fingers and the Golden Order, serves as a physical anchor for the Ring's authority. Without an Elden Lord, the Ring's laws are enforced only through the Erdtree's residual influence. The absence of an Elden Lord since the Shattering is one reason the world has become so structurally disordered. Fact 130. The Round Table Hold exists in a space described as beyond the lands between, a pocket dimension connected to grace. The hold does not appear on the map. You teleport there. Its existence outside the normal world reinforces its status as a neutral meeting place. It is not part of any faction's territory because it is not technically part of the world at all. Fact 131. The Two Fingers at the Round Table Hold have no proper attendant when you arrive. The Finger Maiden assigned to your specific Tarnished is absent. Melina offers to fill that role. The fact that the post is vacant and that Melina's offer is treated as unusual suggests that the normal channels of the Golden Order are failing even in basic administrative functions. The system is running out of people. Fact 132. The Golden Order's downfall began before the Shattering. The Knight of Black Knives shook confidence in the Order's invulnerability. Then the Shattering shattered it completely. The war that followed was not just political, it was existential, a civilization built on the premise of divine law, discovering that its divine law was broken beyond immediate repair. Fact 133. The Tarnished's role, as described by the Two Fingers, is to gather great runes, mend the Elden Ring, and become Elden Lord to usher in a new age of the Golden Order. The Fingers present this as the obvious and righteous path, but the existence of multiple endings, several of which explicitly reject the Golden Order, suggests that the game's designers deliberately built in the possibility of refusing that role entirely. The Fingers Plan is one option, not the only one. Fact 134. The order of importance among demigods, who is most central to the lore, who is most powerful, is never explicitly established in the game. Different players and scholars prioritize different figures, but in terms of the game's own visual hierarchy, Godwyn is treated as the foundational tragedy, Marika as the central figure, and Miquella as the unresolved mystery. The game implies there is more to discover, particularly about Miquella, even at the end. Fact 135. The Golden Order's age is sometimes called the Current Age, and sometimes called the Age of the Eared Tree. It follows the age of the ancient dragons and the age of the giants. Each age in the lands between is defined by which cosmic force holds dominance. The current age is the Greater Will's age, and the game's endings are all about what the next age might be, whether a new order begins or whether something entirely outside the existing framework takes hold. Now let's talk about one of the most beloved and tragic figures in the game's lore, Godwyn the Golden. Fact 136. Godwyn the Golden was the firstborn of Marika and Godfrey. He was considered by most, in the lands between, to be the ideal embodiment of the Golden Order's values, kind, strong, generous, and beloved by everyone who knew him. His death was described as the beginning of the end for the Golden Order, and the lore across dozens of items and characters makes it clear that his loss was genuinely catastrophic in both political and emotional terms. He was not just a prince, he was the best of what the Golden Order claimed to represent. Fact 137. Godwyn did not die normally. He was killed using a fragment of the Rune of Death, but specifically only his soul was killed. His body remained alive, or rather, his body could not die because the Rune of Death had been removed from the Elden Ring. The result was a creature that was soulless but, physically, continuing, slowly mutating and spreading beneath the lands between. His corpse became a growth that now covers the underside of the entire world. Fact 138. The process by which Godwyn was killed is unique in the game's history. The Black Knife assassins used daggers imbued with the stolen fragment of the Rune of Death. When they struck Godwyn, the rune killed his soul without killing his body. This half-death, as it is described, is possibly the worst thing that could happen to any being in this world. To be stripped of everything that makes you you, while the shell of you continues to exist, continues to grow, continues to spread across the world as something terrible. Fact 139. Godwyn's mutated remains appear throughout the game as the Prince of Death's roots and pustules. The golden roots you see pushing through the floors of Stormvale Castle, the Erd tree-grown pustules in various cave systems, the giant golden growth beneath the Siofra River. All of these are Godwyn. He is everywhere, but he is not present. His body has expanded to fill the world, while his soul has been gone for an entire age. Fact 140. The location called Deeproot Depths is essentially Godwyn's resting place, or rather, the place where his mutated body is most concentrated. The giant face that you encounter there, partially surfaced through a sea of roots, is Godwyn's actual face, grown enormous through centuries of mutation. It is still recognizable as a face. That is perhaps the most disturbing part. Fact 141. Ephia, the deathbed companion, devoted herself to Godwyn's memory and to his remains. She collects the warmth of those she embraces because she's trying to give Godwyn something. Comfort, the sense of still being connected to living beings, some approximation of the care he never received after his death. Her questline ends with her attempting to use destined death to give Godwyn a true death so that he can be reborn through a new Elden Ring. Whether this succeeds depends entirely on the ending. Fact 142. Godwin was friends with the ancient dragons before the Golden Order's wars with them. The remembrance of the Dragon Lord Fortisax says that Fortisax descended to the lands between specifically to be with Godwin during his time of greatest need, after the Night of Black Knives, when Godwin was undergoing his transformation. Fortisax tried to fight the Death Blight and save his friend. He failed, and then he stayed, trapped in a dream, with Godwin's remains, unable to leave, unable to accept what had happened. Fact 143. Fortisax is encountered in the game as a boss in the Deeproot Depths, accessed through Fia's questline. He is one of the most emotionally affecting boss fights in the game, specifically because of his context. He is not an enemy in any meaningful sense. He is a devoted friend who's been trapped in grief for an entire age. Fighting him feels less like combat and more like a mercy, a final release for something that has been waiting far too long. Fact 144. The death of Godwin's soul created a phenomenon called the Death Blight. This blight is associated with rot and death in their most corrupted forms. Not the clean death of destined death, but a parasitic, spreading death that infects everything it touches. Godwin's condition essentially created a wound in the world from which this blight spreads, an open sore in the fabric of existence that never healed. Fact 145. The Deathrite bird enemies in the game are associated with the rituals of proper death before the Golden Order removed the Rune of Death. They are reapers in the truest sense, guardians of death's proper function. Their presence in the world after Godwin's half-death takes on additional meaning. They are performing a function that the world has been denied. They're going through the motions of a ceremony whose central law no longer applies. Fact 146. Godwin had a sword called the Golden Epitaph. Its description reads that it contains a voice that offers solace to the dead. This detail is heartbreaking in context. Godwin, who was beloved in life, left behind a weapon that helps the dead find peace. Even his equipment after his death points toward his nature as a figure associated with comfort and protection rather than conquest or power. Fact 147. The God-Slayer's great sword, despite its name, was not made to kill gods in general. It was made by the followers of the Gloam-Eyed Queen to kill the Eotree's specific kind of god. The connection between the God-Slayer weapons and the assassination of Godwin is not direct, but the timing of their development suggests that there were multiple factions simultaneously working against the Golden Order using different methods. Fact 148. Godwin's influence on everything that followed is enormous for someone who has no dialogue, no combat encounter in a traditional sense, and no active presence in the narrative. His death was the catalyst for the shattering. His mother broke the ring in response to his loss. Every subsequent event in the game's backstory can be traced back to the Night of Black Knives, and its aftermath. He is the most important ghost in the world. Fact 149. The name Godwin means friend of God in Old English. Given his characterization as kind, diplomatic, and beloved, the ideal son of a god, the name is almost too appropriate. It describes his role perfectly and makes his fate all the more tragic. Fact 150. Several players and lore scholars have noted that Godwin's design, the mutated face, the golden roots, the eyes that have lost their humanity, is deeply disturbing precisely because it retains enough of his original appearance to be recognizable. He does not look like a monster. He looks like Godwin, impossibly changed, impossibly present, possibly feeling nothing at all, or possibly feeling everything. Fact 151. The Golden Order's official position on Godwin's death was complicated. The Night of Black Knives was officially recorded, but the full nature of what happened to Godwin's body was not widely acknowledged. The Golden Order needed people to believe in the sanctity of grace and the reliability of death within its framework, and the reality of Godwyn, a dead god's body, spreading across the underworld, was a direct contradiction of everything the Order claimed to govern. Fact 152. Godwyn's death is sometimes compared by law scholars to the concept of a saint's corruption. In religious traditions where relics of holy figures are preserved and venerated, the corruption of those relics represents not just a physical change, but a spiritual catastrophe. Godwyn is not a relic but something stranger, a holy figure whose material existence continues beyond his spiritual death, spreading through the world like a corrupted blessing that nobody can withdraw. Fact 153. The children born near Godwyn's remains are called those who live in death. They are undead-like creatures that emerge from Godwyn's influence rather than from the normal golden grace cycle. They represent an alternative afterlife, not absorption into the Erd tree, but continuation within Godwyn's spreading form. Whether this is worse or better than the Erd tree's version of death is one of the game's most genuinely open questions. The game refuses to answer it on your behalf. Fact 154. FEA's motivation to give Godwyn a true death is framed as an act of love and mercy, not destruction. The D-Continue 19 Mars Profundis ending her questline leads to involves a new Elden Ring containing Godwyn, destined death included, so that those who seek death and rebirth can find it. It is a profoundly humane vision of what the world could be. Whether it succeeds or whether it is absorbed into the player's chosen ending is a tragedy of another kind. Fact 155. The fact that Marika could not save Godwyn, despite being a god, and despite her intimate connection to the Elden Ring, is one of the game's most powerful statements about the nature of divine power. She held the laws of existence and could not reverse what had been done to her son. Some things, even within the framework of the world's own laws, cannot be undone, even by gods. That helplessness is the first fracture in her devotion, and the ring did not survive it. Fact 156. Godwyn's spirit beast, the spirit that serves as a boss companion during the Remembrance fight, is Lich Dragon Fortisax. The fact that a dragon served as the spirit companion of a human prince, and that the dragon chose to remain after the prince's death, suggests that the friendship between them was equal in the truest sense. Fortisax did not serve Godwyn, he chose him, and that choice, irreversible, is the reason the dragon is still there. Fact 157. In the lore, Godwyn was the one who brokered peace between the ancient dragons and the Golden Order after generations of war. This is described in the Dragon's Law as a diplomatic achievement that required genuine trust from both sides. Godwyn approached the dragons not as a conqueror but as a genuine equal seeking peace. In a game full of rulers and warriors who deal primarily through force, this makes Godwyn unusual. He used kindness as a foreign policy tool, and it worked. Fact 158. The concept of Godwyn's soul being destroyed while his body persists creates a theological crisis within the Golden Order's framework. If the soul is what ascends to the Erd tree, and Godwyn's soul was destroyed before it could ascend, then Godwyn is permanently denied the afterlife that the Order promised to all who lived in grace. The most graceful of all the demigods, the one most beloved, most virtuous, most aligned with the Order's ideals, was denied its promised reward. The ideology was revealed as powerless in its most important moment. Fact 159. Multiple players have noted that Godwyn's body, as it appears in the deep-root depths, is positioned in a way that resembles a crucifixion figure laid on its side. Arms outstretched, body spread across the world, present everywhere and in no particular place. The visual echo of religious iconography around Godwyn's remains is not accidental. His image was already used as a religious figure. His mutated body extends that image into something disturbing. Fact 160. The last thing Godwyn experienced as himself before his soul was killed was an assassination that he had no reason to expect, in a world where he had done nothing to deserve enemies. He was kind to the dragons. He was loved by the lands between. He walked through the world like someone who had never given anyone a reason to hate him. That is why his death was the most effective strike against the Golden Order. They hit the one thing nobody had prepared to defend, because nobody could imagine why anyone would want to destroy it. Now let's look at Ranni, whose story is one of the most elaborately constructed quests in the game. Fact 161. Ranni the Witch is the daughter of Radagon and Rennala. She is, by lineage, both Radagon's daughter and therefore a half-sibling to Marika's direct children. Her position within the demigod family structure placed her close to the power of the Golden Order without her owing it complete allegiance. This middle position gave her both access and motive for everything she eventually did. Fact 162. Ranni orchestrated the Night of Black Knives. She stole the Rune of Death from Marika's own body, using the Black Knife assassins, and used it to kill Godwyn's soul on the night of the assassination. But Ranni also used the rune to sever her own soul from her body. She killed herself spiritually in the same act. This was not an accident. She planned the dual assassination precisely so she could escape the fate ordained for her by the Two Fingers and the Greater Will. Fact 163. Why did Ranni sever her soul? The lore suggests that the Two Fingers had a destiny planned for her, that she was meant to become a divine bridge figure in service of the Greater Will, to carry its next iteration of order into the world. Ranni refused this fate. She describes the role as enslavement, a life not truly lived, but simply played out in service of forces she never chose. Killing her own soul was an act of self-determination. It was, in her view, the only way to be free. Fact 164. After severing her soul, Ranni transferred what remained of her consciousness into a doll body, a small blue-haired, witch-like form that she inhabits through the main game. She abandoned her original demigod body, which is left in the divine tower of Liurnia. Her doll form allows her to continue existing and acting in the world without being bound to the fate that her original body was destined to fulfill. She exchanged mortality for something smaller, stranger, and more free. Fact 165. Ranni's questline involves gathering multiple items across most of the game's regions, travelling to the deepest underground areas and the furthest reaches of the map, and encountering beings connected to both the Greater Will and the cosmic alternatives to it. The scope of the questline is a reflection of the scope of her ambition. She is not trying to win a local political conflict. She is trying to rewrite the cosmic framework of the entire world. Fact 166. The Age of the Stars, which is the ending of Ranni's questline, removes the Elden Ring and the Greater Will's influence from the lands between entirely. The ring is taken out into the dark void beyond the world, where it can govern distant cosmic events without imposing its laws on the specific world where people live. The lands between is left without divine law, free, dark and uncertain, but genuinely undetermined. Ranni describes this as a distant journey, one that will last a long, long time. Fact 167. Ranni's relationship with the player character is one of the most unusual in the game. She begins by putting the Tarnished to sleep and offering a false name. She withholds information throughout the questline. She uses the Tarnished as a means to an end. And then, in the Age of the Stars ending, she appears with the player's spirit to share the journey through the void. Whether this constitutes genuine affection or simply the practical recognition that the Tarnished is the most useful companion for her specific purpose is something the game leaves entirely open. Fact 168. Blade the Half-Wolf is Ranni's shadow, a companion assigned to her by the Two Fingers to serve and protect her. But Blade chose Rani over his duty to the Fingers, even when his programming told him to restrain her. His eventual madness, when the conflict between his loyalty to Rani and his Fingers' assigned instincts became irresolvable, is one of the game's most devastating character moments. He is found outside Rani's tower, hostile, his mind broken by a contradiction he could not survive. Fact 169. The three moons associated with Renala's power and with the Karian royal family are connected to a different cosmic tradition than the Greater Will. The moon in the game's lore suggests an outer god competing with the Greater Will, something ancient and cold and distant from the warmth of the Erd tree's gold. Rani's connection to this cosmic entity is suggested by her association with the full moon, and with the dark moon greatsword she can grant the player. Her rebellion against the Greater Will was not into a vacuum, it was towards something else. Fact 170. Renala, as a boss, is one of the game's most sympathetic encounters. Her madness after Radagon's departure is thoroughly legible. A person who loved completely and was abandoned completely, now surrounded by those who still claim to love her back, unable to distinguish between genuine devotion and the performance of it. Her second phase, when she returns to something like her former power, is a reminder of what she was before grief unmade her. She is still extraordinary. She is simply lost. Fact 171. The full moon spells associated with Renala's tradition are among the most powerful sorceries in the game. The fact that her students continued practicing and developing these arts even during her breakdown suggests that the knowledge itself had a momentum beyond its teacher. The Academy of Raya Lucaria functioned even as Renala's mind fractured. Institutions outlast their founders. Schools keep teaching even when the original teacher is no longer present in any meaningful way. Fact 172. Renala's rebirths, the mechanic that allows her to respawn in the overworld, are described as a constant, futile act. She is repeatedly rebirthing something that cannot come back. She lost Radagon. She cannot get him back. But the mechanism for rebirth, which was one of her great magical achievements, is still there, and she keeps using it on some level because it is the only thing she still knows how to do with the part of herself that refuses to stop hoping. Fact 173. Selen, the sorceress, is an important figure in the Raya Lucaria sorcery tradition, who was expelled from the academy for dangerous research. Her research involved primeval current sorceries, described as the purest form of sorcery, before the academy standardized the practice. She seeks to return to the academy and restore the primeval tradition. Her questline ends in multiple possible ways, one of which involves her merging with countless other sorcerers to create a grotesque collective being. It is presented as her deepest ambition, fulfilled, and as a complete horror simultaneously. Fact 174. Azur and Lusat, the legendary sorcerers associated with the Stars of Ruin questline, are discovered in states of petrification, turned to stone by their own sorceries going beyond their control. Their comet spells are among the most powerful in the game. The fact that achieving this level of sorcery turned them to stone suggests that there is a cost to knowing too much, reaching too far, and going past the boundaries of what the current cosmic framework allows. Fact 175. Jeren, the hunter of sorceresses, exists as a foil to Selen's ambition. He hunts down sorcerers who engage in forbidden research, which positions him as an agent of institutional conservatism within the sorcery tradition. The choice the player faces between supporting Selen or supporting Jeren is, in microcosm, the same choice the game presents on the cosmic scale, whether to preserve order or allow change, knowing that both options carry costs. Fact 176. Miriel the Turtle Pope, formerly known as Pastor of Vows, is one of the most beloved characters in the game. He is a giant tortoise wearing a mitre sitting in the Church of Vows, willing to absolve the player of any transgression against NPCs. He is also a repository of vast historical knowledge about the gods and the Elden Ring. The game places enormous lore in the keeping of a giant, gentle turtle, and this is an entirely correct decision. Fact 177. The Church of Vows, where Miriel presides, was built by Radagon. It is a place devoted to the vows between humans and the divine, and its guardian is a being of absolute patience and forgiveness. The fact that it was built by someone who would later become the other half of a god who shattered the world's laws makes the church's existence quietly ironic. Radagon built a monument to keeping promises, and then the entity he shared his existence with broke the most fundamental promise in the world. Fact 178. The Moonveil Katana, one of the most popular PvP weapons in the game, is associated with the Gelmir sorcery tradition and with a moonlight quality attributed to the Carian tradition. Its skill, Transient Moonlight, is described as a legendary technique that can only be mastered by those who have a deep understanding of sorcery. Popular on an internet competitive level for arguably exploitative mechanics, but still genuinely interesting from a lore standpoint. Fact 179. The debate between sorcery and incantations within the lands between reflects a deeper ideological divide. Sorceries draw on older, more academically systematized traditions, stars, primeval currents, and the Carian moonlight. Incantations draw on the divine authority of the Erd Tree and the Golden Order's cosmic laws. They are two different frameworks for accessing power based on two different theories about where power ultimately comes from. The fact that the player can use both suggests the Tarnished's uniqueness. They operate outside the normal divisions that structure everyone else's identity. Fact 180. The Stargazer ruins in the mountaintops of the Giants suggest that someone was tracking celestial events long before the current age. The presence of sky-watching structures in one of the most remote and hostile regions of the map implies that knowledge of the cosmos was considered important enough to maintain outposts in extreme conditions. Something above the clouds was being watched, and whatever was being watched was worth the cold. Fact 181. The stars in Elden Ring are not just decorative. Multiple pieces of lore describe stars as the embodiment of outer god influence, each star being a potential vehicle or expression of a cosmic entity's presence. When the Knight's Cavalry or the Falling Star Beasts arrive on meteorites, they are arriving on pieces of these cosmic signals, physical debris from a universe full of entities that communicate through gravity and impact. Fact 182. Astal, natural born of the void, is connected to the stars in the most literal way. It is a creature that fell from one. Multiple Astals appear in different parts of the world, which suggests either that they are spawned by some continuous cosmic process, or that the original impact scattered fragments that grew into separate entities. The existence of multiple Astals also suggests that whatever sent them is sending them consistently, which means whatever cosmic agenda they serve is ongoing rather than singular. Fact 183. Radahn, the Star Scourge, used his gravitational sorceries to halt the movement of the stars. He did this to prevent Ranni's fate from advancing, because Ranni's destiny, according to the Two Fingers, was connected to the alignment of specific stars. By stopping the stars, Radahn stopped time's progression in a cosmic sense. He held the sky still for an entire age. The Radahn Festival is partly a tournament, but also a very elaborate attempt to kill the man so the stars can move again. Fact 184. Radahn learned gravity sorcery from the Alabaster Lords, a race of beings described as ancient giants who came to the lands between and carried a grasp on gravity. He sought out their knowledge, specifically to be able to remain on horseback despite his enormous size. the most feared gravity sorcerer in the world, learned his craft for a personal reason. He wanted to be able to ride his horse, Leonard. The horse is still with him during the boss fight. Radan kept his horse alive through the worst period of his deterioration rather than abandon him. Fact 185. Radan's deterioration, the scarlet rot that consumed his mind, left him in a feral state by the time the player encounters him. He attacks everything. He roars. His eyes carry no recognition. But before his decline, he was described as one of the most admired figures in the lands between, a general beloved by his soldiers, a scholar of sorcery, and a warrior who was said to rival the very stars he eventually arrested. The contrast between who he was and what he became is one of the game's quieter tragedies. Fact 186. Radan's soldiers are still there when you arrive at his festival. They did not flee. They did not abandon their general even after he lost his mind and could no longer recognize them. They organized the Radan festival themselves, a tournament to find someone strong enough to give their general a worthy death. That is extraordinary loyalty. That is soldiers refusing to treat their commander as less than what he was, even when he could no longer be it. Fact 187. The significance of Radan's great rune, which governs the continuance of the body across all attributes, fits with his characterization as the strongest demigod in terms of physical power. His rune is about complete embodiment, total physical presence. A being who kept his body functioning even as his mind fell to rot, who kept his horse alive through everything, who held stars still through pure force of will. This is a person whose great rune describes something fundamental about his identity. Fact 188. The Radan festival itself is a fascinating world-building detail. The people of Caelid, a land already destroyed by the Scarlet Rot, organized a celebration around the challenge of killing their general. The festival atmosphere coexisting with the horror of Caelid's landscape is the game's willingness to present contradictory emotional tones simultaneously. There is grief in the festival. There is also genuine honor. Both exist at once. Fact 189. General Radan's horse Leonard is a small pony relative to Radan's enormous frame. Radan used gravity magic specifically to reduce his own effective weight so that Leonard would not be crushed. He chose to carry the burden of his weight through sorcery rather than ride a larger horse. This detail is played entirely straight in the game. It is the most heartwarming detail in one of the most desolate regions on the map. Fact 190. Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, is Renala and Radagon's other son, Radan's brother. His response to the shattering was to literally offer himself to a serpent god, merging with the creature so completely that he became something neither fully human nor fully serpent. His motivation is described as the desire for revenge against the gods. He sought to devour all of the lands between divine authorities, starting with those of the Erd tree. His method was to become something powerful enough to eat gods. The lore has the internal logic of a nightmare, and it fully commits to its premise. Fact 191. The volcano manor where Rykard lurks is populated by his assassins and followers, people who are rejected or punished by the Golden Order, and who now serve an alternative that promises revenge. The manor is one of the game's most interesting social spaces, because it is full of characters who are not evil in any straightforward sense. They are people who were wronged and who made a specific choice about what to do with that wound. Tanith, who oversees the manor, genuinely loves Rykard in a way that the lore frames as entirely sincere. Even in the darkest places in this game, there are people who love something. Fact 192. Morgott, the Omen King, is one of the game's most tragic antagonists. He was born an omen, cursed, considered impure, hidden beneath the capital, where he would not embarrass the Golden Order. And yet he spent his life defending the very institution that had imprisoned and rejected him. He believes in the grace of the Erd tree despite the fact that the Eartree's order condemned him at birth. He is a true believer in something that despises him, and his final words, calling the tarnished cursed, are delivered by someone who was cursed from his first breath. Fact 193. Morgoth's twin brother Moog took a completely different path. Both were omen. Both were imprisoned. Moog escaped and pledged himself to the formless mother, the blood deity, and built his own underground kingdom called the Palace of Mocwen. He did not seek acceptance from the world that rejected him. He built a new world. One reading of the contrast between the brothers is that Morgoth's devotion is the sadder fate. He defended the people who hurt him, and Moog's rebellion, however monstrous, at least represents the choice to stop seeking approval from someone who never intended to give it. Fact 194. Moog abducted Miquella. He took him from his cocoon, the golden chrysalis in which Miquella was attempting to rid himself of his eternal childhood curse, and brought him to the palace of Mogwen. Moog's love for Miquella is described in the lore as completely genuine and completely delusional. He believes Miquella reciprocates his devotion. The game strongly suggests Miquella was using his innate power of unwanted kindness to manipulate everything around him, including Mog. Miquella may have been more dangerous than Mogi in ways neither fully understood. Fact 195. Miquella's power is called unalloyed gold in the lore, a variant of the Golden Order's material that is purified of all outer god influence. This includes purification from the greater will itself. Miquella was building something that would be fully independent from all cosmic authority. His needles, which suppress outer god influence, work on the scarlet rot that afflicts his sister. He made them for her. He then used the same principles to try to become a god, without owing anything to any of the forces that had structured his entire existence. Fact 196. The Shadow of the Eod Tree. DLC provides the most substantial look at what Miquella was actually doing. The Realm of Shadow, accessible through Mog's palace, is a place where Miquella went to prepare for his ascension to godhood. He shed his great rune there, his Empyrean form, and eventually even his emotions, deliberately excising compassion and love from himself to make himself a more perfect instrument of divine will. Fact 197. In the Realm of Shadow, Miquella has gathered followers from multiple backgrounds, a mix of people he guided through visions, people drawn to his power without understanding why, and people who genuinely chose to follow something that gave them hope. The combination of genuine belief and manufactured devotion in his following is one of the DLC's most interesting threads. His followers believe in him. Some of them were made to believe in him. There is almost no way to tell which is which. Fact 198. The concept of Miquella shedding his emotions is disturbing in a very specific way. He removed love, including, the lore suggests, his love for Malenia, in order to become a better god. The implication is that to be a perfect divine being in the mold he is constructing, you cannot afford to be attached to any individual. You have to care about everything in the abstract and nothing in the particular. He chose cosmic authority over his sister. Fact 199. Malenia's armor and the way she is described throughout the game, almost as a figure of myth rather than a person, stand in contrast to the more intimate details the lore provides. She wept for her failures. She told Millicent the truth about her condition. Her final fight against Radahn was a mutual destruction. She bloomed the rot to defeat him, and the result was the devastation of Caelid. She destroyed one of the most beautiful regions in the lands between because she would not accept losing, and she did not lose, and she cried about what it cost her. Fact 200. Millicent is a child of Malenia, a daughter grown from her scarlet rot rather than through any conventional birth, one of many such daughters scattered across Caelid. Millicent is given one of Miquella's needles by the player, and uses it to suppress her own rot. Her questline is one of the most complete arcs in the game, a story about someone who was born and of something terrible, given a chance to live beyond it, and ultimately making a choice about whether to embrace the power she inherited or reject it in favour of a shorter but more peaceful existence. It ends regardless of what you choose. Fact 201. The Valley of Mogwin contains white-garbed pilgrims who crawl toward a cliffside and throw themselves off. They are making an offering to the Formless Mother through Mog's worship. The image of people willingly destroying themselves in devotion to a blood deity is disturbing even by the standards of a game full of disturbing images. The detail that makes it stranger is that they do it slowly. They crawl. They are not coerced. They are committed. Fact 202. Mog's fight has a second phase that activates when the player reaches 0 HP during the transition. His incantation, Nihil Nihil Nihil, is described as drawing on the Formless Mother's most potent blessing, and it applies 3 stacks of bleed simultaneously to the player. The word nihil is Latin for nothing. He is blessing himself with nothing. That is a very specific choice of word for a man who built a kingdom in a cave to make himself something. Fact 203. The mountaintops of the giants is the region where the giants, enormous ancient beings, were defeated and contained by the Golden Order. Their fire was feared because it was the only thing capable of burning the Erd Tree. This made the giants existentially dangerous to the Greater Will's authority, and their subjugation was a specific military priority of Godfrey and his campaigns. The giants were not enemies in any moral sense. They were simply in possession of something the Golden Order needed not to exist. Fact 204. The last surviving giant, the fire giant, is imprisoned in the mountaintops with a chain binding him in place. He has been there for the entire age of the Golden Order, waiting, chained, watching the embers of his people's fire slowly dwindle. When the player arrives to fight him, they need his flame to ignite the Erd Tree. The fire giant is not an optional boss. He is required. You must kill the last of his kind in order to proceed. The game gives him weight and context and then makes his death mandatory. Fact 205. The giant's flame is called the Flame of Ruin. It is described as a primordial fire capable of destroying the Golden Order's most sacred structure. The Golden Order fought an entire war to contain this flame, sacrificed countless soldiers to chain it, and then built a fortress to prevent anyone from ever reaching it again. And then the player walks in and takes it anyway. The security measures of an entire civilization, maintained for an entire age, stopped exactly no one. Fact 206. The Storm Giant, a boss in the DLC, adds context to the giants as a people rather than simply as enemies. The giants had culture, ritual, and relationship with natural forces that predated the Golden Order's campaigns. They were not simply obstacles. They were a civilization whose defeat was recorded as a victory and whose erasure was treated as a necessary precondition for the current world's existence. Fact 207. The Flame of Ruin connects to the Frenzied Flame in an interesting way. Both are forms of fire associated with burning the Erd Tree or with forces that oppose the Greater Will's order. The Frenzied Flame is associated with total dissolution, everything collapsing into one. The Flame of Ruin is more specific. It burns the specific structure the Greater Will needs to maintain its influence. They are different weapons aimed at the same target from different philosophical directions. Fact 208. The game's fire motif is extensive. There is the flame of the fell god that Godfrey stripped from Serosh, the flame of ruin from the giants, the frenzied flame from the Three Fingers, the fire of the glintstone sorceries, the fire incantations of the Golden Order. Fire in this game is not one thing. It is a category that encompasses destruction, transformation, devotion, madness, and sacrifice, depending entirely on its source and its purpose. Fact 209. Serosh, the fell god bound to Godfrey as a spirit, is described as having been placed within him to suppress his instinct for endless combat. The idea of a god being installed into a warrior as a spiritual restraint is extraordinary. It suggests that Godfrey's battle lust was so extreme that even his patron deity considered it a liability that needed management. When Marika stripped Sarosh from him, she removed his restraint for a specific purpose. She needed every bit of Godfrey's violence directed outward toward the world she wanted conquered. Fact 210. After Godfrey left, he became the Elden Lord Huaralu, returning to the name and identity he held before Marika elevated him. The Huaralu phase of the Godfrey fight, when he throws off his axe and his previous persona and begins fighting as an unrestrained grappler, is framed as his truest form. The first Elden Lord, stripped of grace and regalia and political identity, is a man who simply loves fighting more than anything else in the world. Fact 211. Godfrey's tarnished, the warriors he led in his campaigns, became the ancestors of the playable tarnished. This means the player character's lineage traces back directly to the first Elden Lord's army. The tarnished are not random exiles. They are descendants of the greatest military force, the lands between ever produced, tempered by generations of existence without grace, returned at a specific moment because their toughness was specifically needed. Fact 212. The reason the tarnished were exiled rather than killed is one of the game's implied, but never fully confirmed points. One reading is that Marika planned for their return from the beginning, exiling them to create candidates who would be shaped by hardship and independent of the political loyalties that compromised everyone currently in the lands between. Another reading is simpler. They were useful for the wars while they were needed, and when they were no longer needed, exile was easier than killing an entire army. Fact 213. The player character has no default backstory beyond their class choice. They are deliberately blank, a container for the player's choices and interpretations. This blankness is intentional. The tarnished is not a protagonist with a specific personality. They are a vessel, like Marika was a vessel for the greater will, but for the player's choices rather than a cosmic entity's agenda. The parallel between the player's function and the function of every major god vessel in the game is probably intentional. Fact 214. The tarnished can become Elden Lord, rewrite the ring without the greater will's influence, leave the world to the stars and Rani, ignite the frenzied flame, and end all things, or make Fia's vision of a ring that includes death a reality. Each option requires a completely different understanding of what the world needs and what the tarnished is willing to do. The multiplicity of valid endings is the game's most direct statement about the nature of choice in a world structured around predetermined fate. Fact 215. The Dung Eater's questline is one of the most unpleasant in the game from a content standpoint, and deliberately so. He wants to use the seedbed curse to contaminate all future souls born into the world, ensuring that everyone who is born carries the curse of the omen. His goal is described by him as liberation, removing the concept of purity and impurity from existence entirely by making everyone equally impure. It is the most extreme possible response to the Golden Order's treatment of the omen. He cannot imagine dismantling the hierarchy, so he tries to corrupt the hierarchy's foundation from below. Fact 216. The Comet Azure incantation, one of the most powerful sorceries in the game, is obtained from the legendary sorcerer Azure's frozen body in Hermit Village. He is completely petrified. He cannot speak. The only thing he can do is give you the spell. Even reduced to stone, he passes on his greatest work. Knowledge survives the person who discovered it, sometimes in spite of everything else that did not. Fact 217. The giant hands called finger creepers that appear in certain areas are described as crucible appendages. things that grew from the primordial life force's most undifferentiated expression. They are just hands, no body. They moved, they reach. The crucible of life, left entirely unshaped, produces something that is reaching towards something it cannot identify, has no face to see with, has no voice to ask with. It is just the gesture of life before life had any further definition. Fact 218. The Borealis, the freezing fog boss in the mountaintops of the giants, is a dragon who has remained there through the entire age of the Golden Order. His lore does not tell a dramatic story. He is simply there, an ancient being existing in one of the harshest places in the world, neither serving the Golden Order nor actively opposing it. He exists because existing is what he does. Sometimes the most honest lore is the absence of a grand narrative. Fact 219. The Elden Ring features over 200 bosses, making it one of the most boss-dense games From Software has ever made. The variety of these encounters, from large-scale dragon fights to intimate single-enemy caves to cosmic nightmare confrontations, reflects the game's ambition to represent every scale of conflict in the world it built. You can fight a giant, you can fight a rat in a mine. The game treats both with similar seriousness of execution, even if not of narrative weight. Fact 220. The walking mausoleums that roam certain areas of the map are mobile tomb structures housing the duplicates of remembrances from major bosses. They exist independently of any faction or god, wandering through the world with their cargo of memory. They are haunted walking buildings, and yet they are described in entirely matter-of-fact terms. In a world of impossible things, a walking mausoleum barely registers as unusual. Fact 221. The stone-sword keys used to access imp seals throughout the game are described as blades made of stone, carved in the shapes of swords used in ceremonies for the dead. They are literally grave goods repurposed as keys. You are opening locked doors with objects made for the dead. The game's world is built with this kind of layered symbolic detail throughout, placed in situations where most players will never stop to consider what they are holding. Fact 222. The grafting mechanic associated with Godric, sewing limbs from defeated enemies onto his own body, reflects his character as someone who is both desperate for power and entirely lacking in personal dignity. He is the weakest of the demigods, and he knows it, and his response to that knowledge is to accumulate mass. The more arms he grafts, the more powerful he becomes. The logic is absurd, and the result is grotesque, and the game presents it with complete seriousness. Fact 223. Godric's title as the All-Grafting and his legacy from Godfrey, the greatest warrior the lands between ever produced, make his character a study in inadequacy. His grandfather was magnificent, his brothers and cousins are formidable. He is the runt of a dynasty of giants, and everything he does is an attempt to compensate for that. His castle is full of grafted soldiers, grafted guards, and grafted decorations, and none of it makes him powerful enough to matter in the larger war. Fact 224. Stormvale Castle is the first major legacy dungeon in the game, and it is designed to communicate everything about Godric without telling you anything explicitly. The grafted architecture, the abused prisoners, the loyal soldiers who continue fighting a war that has already been decided. The castle is a character portrait of Godric expressed as space and obstacle. By the time you reach him, you understand him. You may not like him, but you understand him. Fact 225. The demigod known as Starscourge Radan is the only major boss in the game who does not hold a specific territory he is trying to protect. He is simply there, in Caelid, fighting everything. His domain is not defined by a castle or a tower, but by how much destruction he can project outward from his position. His territory is wherever his arrows can reach. Given that he can fire arrows with the force of falling stars, that covers a very large area. Fact 226. Caelid's distinctive red sky and the rotted landscape are entirely Malenia's doing, the result of her blooming during the Shattering War. Before the battle between Radan and Malenia, Caelid was implied to be a different kind of region entirely, a place with climate and life that was not defined by corruption. What the player sees is an aftermath. The entire region is a scar from a single battle. Fact 227. The Ear Tree in Caelid is replaced visually by the rot-scarred landscape. You can see the minor ear tree there, but it is smaller and less dominant than elsewhere. The scarlet rot has effectively been competing with the Ear Tree's influence in this region. The rot and the gold occupy the same space without resolving their conflict. The landscape is visually uncomfortable as a result. It does not look like either a healthy world or a fully consumed one. It looks like a fight still in progress. Fact 228. The Clean Rot Knights who serve Malenia are some of the most distinctive enemies in the game visually. They are armoured warriors who maintain their discipline even after years of exposure to the scarlet rot. They are not rotted, they are clean relative to their environment. Their loyalty to Malenia is described as absolute, and their presence in Caelid and in her fortress at Elfell suggests that some people can maintain order and identity in conditions that destroy most others. Fact 229. Malenia's boss fight is divided into two phases. The second phase, in which she gains mechanical wings of rot, and her attacks bloom with scarlet petals, reflects the full emergence of the god within her, the outer god of scarlet rot, finally expressing itself without restraint. The first phase is Malenia, a warrior. The second phase is something larger than Malenia, using her body. Fact 230. Malenia's passive healing, recovering health when her attacks land, is presented in the lore as a reflection of the rot's nature. The scarlet rot sustains and grows through contact. When Malenia strikes you, the rot gains something. This mechanic is widely considered the most frustrating in the game from a gameplay perspective, and it is also one of the most consistent expressions of a boss's lore within a mechanical system. Fact 231. The existence of Elfell, Braid of the Halig Tree, as a beautiful and melancholy space in contrast to the hellish landscape of Caelid just below it, creates one of the most interesting geographical juxtapositions in the game. Elfell is where Malenia rests. It is being slowly consumed by rot. It is still somehow more beautiful than most places in the world. The rot does not only destroy, it also creates its own aesthetic, one of blooming, flowering, spreading colour that the game's art team rendered with obvious care. Fact 232. The Halig tree was grown by Miquella as a sanctuary for those rejected by the Golden Order. He grew it as a place where the omen, the rot-afflicted, the cursed and the forgotten could find refuge. Its existence as a sanctuary grown from a demigod's love, and then slowly corrupted by his sister's disease, is a perfect encapsulation of the game's recurring theme, that the most beautiful and generous intentions still cannot prevent the forces they're fighting against from finding their way in. Fact 233. The pests, the fly-like creatures in Caelid, are described as beings that were changed by the scarlet rot. They are not monsters from the beginning. They are whatever they used to be, transformed. The rot does not make things evil. It makes them different. The philosophical question of whether different is worse than dead is one the game raises and then moves past because it has too many other questions to answer. Fact 234. The falling star beasts that arrive on meteorites are creatures from the cosmos. Their physical form suggests they are made of something other than the material of the lands between. Their stony, meteorite-like appearance reinforces their extraterrestrial origin. They are not sent by the greater will. They appear to be independent arrivals, drawn by some other cosmic force. The world of Elden Ring receives visitors from multiple directions in space, and none of them are necessarily friendly. Fact 235. The full moon crucible is a concept that connects Renalla's moon tradition with the crucible's primordial life force. Some scholars interpret this as evidence that the moon tradition and the crucible are connected at a deep cosmic level, that the cold, distant silver light of the moon is another expression of the same primordial force that gives the crucible its vitality. Rani's connection to both the moon and to the dark moon adds weight to this reading. Fact 236. The Land of Shadow in the DLC is described as a place where the Erd tree casts a shadow. But not the usual kind. The realm of shadow exists because the Erd tree's light creates it. Without the Erd tree, the realm of shadow would not exist. The very thing the Erd tree excludes from its light is made possible by the light itself. The Erd tree's shadow is where all the things it chose not to acknowledge continue to exist anyway. Fact 237. Messmer the Impaler is the central antagonist of the DLC and is revealed to be Marika's son, a child she had and then chose to suppress from history. He was sent to the realm of shadow to conduct campaigns of subjugation, and then he was forgotten, erased from the records. The god queen who had omen twins hidden beneath the city also had a fire-wielding son she sent away and pretended never existed. Marika's family tree has more hidden branches than visible ones. Fact 238. Messmer's power is fire, specifically a serpent fire, connected to the concept of flames that predate the Golden Order's approved sources of power. His design incorporates snake imagery, and his lore connects him to a different cosmic tradition than the Golden Order. Marika sent a being of incompatible power to a place where incompatible powers were supposed to be contained. She used the problem to manage the problem, and then sealed both away. Fact 239. The giant snake that appears in multiple areas connected to Messmer and to Volcano Manor suggests a shared origin or influence. The ancient serpent theology described in the Volcano Manor's questline, which involves Rykard and the concept of devouring gods, overlaps in ways that imply the serpent as a cosmic symbol has its own tradition in this world, separate from the greater will and separate from the other outer gods. The serpent thread runs deeper than any single character. Fact 240. The Elden Ring's lore uses architecture as a storytelling tool more consistently than almost any other aspect of the game. The style of a building communicates its era, its allegiance, and its function. Leyndell is gold and marble, and built for permanence. Farum Azula is stone spiralling into void. Raya Lucaria is academic, and cluttered, and full of things put down mid-process. Caelid is ruins that were never fully constructed before they became ruins. The world's history is readable in the way its walls are built. Fact 241. The giant lobsters in Leonia are enormous and aggressive, and have no significant lore beyond being very large crustaceans in a lake region. This is also lore. Not everything in the world needs to be a cosmic vessel for a greater will. Some things are just lobsters. Fact 242. The naming conventions of the game's weapons and items almost always contain descriptive information that is lore rather than flavor. The Sword of Night and Flame is named for the dual nature of its sorcery and incantation use. The Sacred Relic Sword is forged from the remembrance of the Elden Beast, a weapon made from the memory of a cosmic lore. The names are not atmospheric. They are literal descriptions of what an object is and where it came from. Fact 243. The Round Table Hold contains several named Tarnished, who serve as questline characters. Their individual motivations are rarely about the larger cosmic narrative, and usually about much more personal things: grief, ambition, loyalty, the desire for meaning. Alexander the Iron Fist wants to be a legendary warrior. Bernal wants to serve a new lord. Dee, Hunter of the Dead, wants to protect the living from those who should not continue. The cosmic scale of the game's main narrative runs parallel to these very personal stories, and the contrast between them gives each scale weight. Fact 244. Alexander the Iron Fist's questline ends with him asking the player to kill him in the crumbling Fara Missoula so that his remains can be incorporated into his own flask. A warrior's final wish to carry the essence of the greatest battle he ever fought within himself, even in death. His final words, his satisfaction, and the way the game frames his end make it one of the most moving questline conclusions, despite involving a pot filled with warriors, who is also a jar. Fact 245. The jar people, Alexander and his kin, are described as beings who are filled with warriors' remains and came to life. They are literally made of valor. Their bodies contain the remnants of others' struggles. The game presents this as entirely normal within its world, and it is only when you stop to think about it that the concept becomes remarkable. Living jars walking around the world, carrying the compressed history of combat inside their clay bodies. Fact 246. Brother Corin and Goldmask represent the most extreme expression of Golden Order fundamentalism as an intellectual tradition. Goldmask is described as a sage who has uncovered deep truths about the Golden Order that even the two fingers might not acknowledge. He cannot speak or will not speak, and communicates only through gestures, which Corin interprets. The pair of them, wandering toward understanding, represent what the Golden Order looks like at its most purely philosophical, stripped of all institutional power and reduced to two men thinking very hard. Fact 247. Corin's eventual disillusionment when he discovers the depth of the Golden Order's corruptions and revisions of truth is quiet and devastating. He was entirely sincere in his faith. The faith was not sincerely extended in return. What he does with that discovery depends on the player's choices, but the damage is visible regardless. He did not choose to know what he came to know, and there is no way to unknow it. Fact 248. The Cathedral of Dragon Communion is one of the most atmospheric locations in the game, a place where the ancient dragon tradition maintains its worship, completely separate from the Golden Order's framework. Here, faith is extended toward the old powers, toward the cosmic era before the current laws. The existence of this tradition surviving into the current age suggests that no single ideology, however dominant, ever fully extinguishes what came before it. Fact 249. Dragon Communion incantations allow the player to use abilities directly tied to the ancient dragon's original power. These are not incantations derived from the Erdtree's authority. They are borrowed from a completely different tradition: the fire of the ancient dragons, the frost of Borealis, the lightning of Fara Missoula's ancient beasts. The player can fight with the tools of a cosmic era that ended before the Golden Order began. Fact 250. Lanciax, an ancient dragon, appears in two locations in the game as a boss encounter, once in the Altus Plateau and once in the mountaintops of the Giants. Her appearances are described as linked to the memory of her kin who died in the wars with the Giants. She is not guarding territory, she is haunting it. The distinction between an enemy and a ghost in this game is often just a matter of whether they can still fight back. Fact 251. The Giants' flame seals held by the Fire Knight enemies in the DLC suggest that the cult of the Fire Giants maintained a presence beyond the main game's timeline. The Fire Knights are soldiers who served Messmer and who carried weapons tied to the Giants' primordial fire. The connection between Messmer's war in the Realm of Shadow and the Fire Giants' subjugation in the main game suggests these campaigns were related, possibly that the war in the Realm of Shadow was the precursor to the war against the Giants in the main world. Fact 252. The Remembrance system, the ability to turn a boss's memory into either a powerful weapon or a large rune, is a mechanical expression of the game's approach to its characters. A boss is not just an obstacle, they are a memory. What you take from them after they fall can be their most powerful legacy or simply a source of power. The choice between the two is entirely yours, and the game places no moral weight on either option. Fact 253. Lutel the Headless, a powerful spirit summon obtained from a catacombs boss, is described in lore as a banished knight, one of the elite soldiers of the Golden Order, who died under circumstances that left her unable to pass fully into death. She continues fighting, headless, serving whoever commands her summon. Her persistence beyond death, her continued martial discipline, and her invisibility to direct combat rules make her one of the most practically powerful spirit ashes in the game. She fights better dead than most soldiers do alive. Fact 254. The bell-bearing system, which allows the player to bring the remainders of certain merchants to the twin maiden husks at the Round Table hold, has a quietly disturbing implication. You obtain bell bearings by killing itinerant merchants or finding them on their bodies. The bell bearing represents whatever was left of their commercial identity after death, and the twin maiden husks, described as connected to the Two Fingers information network, absorb this identity and offer the deceased merchant's inventory permanently. The game's shop system runs on absorbed identities. Fact 255. The twin maiden. Husks themselves have an unsettling appearance. They appear to be two human figures merged together, facing different directions, their lower bodies fused into a single structure. Their origin is described only obliquely. They serve the fingers, they absorb bell bearings. They are at the Round Table hold, outside the normal flow of the world. They are, by every available description, something that should not be possible. The game places them there and moves on. Fact 256. The Tower of Return, a seemingly out-of-place minor tower on the Weeping Peninsula, contains a chest that teleports the player to a high platform near Leyndell, offering a view of the Erdtree from above at a scale that communicates just how enormous it actually is. The tower's lore suggests it was built for messengers or scouts who needed to return to the capital quickly. Its presence in one of the game's most introductory regions gives players an early glimpse of what they are ultimately working toward. The game hides its most awe-inspiring views in places you can reach before you're ready to understand them. Fact 257. The sealed tunnel in the Altus Plateau contains ancient stonework that predates the current age of the lands between. The tunnel leads to the Divine Tower of West Altus, one of the structures used to restore great runes. The juxtaposition of ancient masonry and current age function within a single space reinforces the game's recurring suggestion that nothing in the world was built from scratch. Every contemporary institution is sitting on something that came before it. Fact 258. The Elden Ring can be read, at its highest level of abstraction, as a story about what happens when the laws governing a world break down and what gets built in their absence. Every ending is a different answer to that question. Some rebuild the same laws, some write new ones, some remove the concept of imposed laws entirely. The game does not endorse any of these options. It offers them with equal craft and equal consequences. Fact 259. The Legacy Dungeons, Stormvale, Raya Lucaria, Volcano Manor, Leyndell, Faramazula, and the others, are each designed as complete micro-worlds, each with their own internal logic, their own enemies, their own story told through environment. The game spent most of its development on these structures, and they represent the most densely crafted spaces in any From Software game to date. Walking through them is like reading a very long book that never explains itself, but always makes sense if you pay attention. Fact 260. The rivers of Liurnia, the scarlet flats of Caelid, the bone-white snow of the mountaintops, the golden grass of the Altus Plateau, the underground silver of the Ansel River. The biome diversity of the lands between is staggering for an open-world game. Each region has a colour palette so distinct that players can identify their location from a single screenshot. This is a design achievement that required every department to work consistently toward the same visual identity across environments that need to feel completely different from each other. Fact 261. The fingerprint motif in the game, finger-shaped rock formations, fingerprint designs on armor, the 2 fingers and 3 fingers, is one of the most consistent visual metaphors in the entire design. Fingers are the tool of the gods in this world. The greater will communicates through fingers. The world is marked by the finger's touch. The design vocabulary says that everything in the lands between is something the gods have touched. Nothing is without a fingerprint. Fact 262. The walking trees called Ord tree avatars have a sound design element that makes them feel less like creatures and more like weather events. They do not roar or communicate. They emit a low droning resonance that seems to come from everywhere at once, rather than from the creature specifically. The sound design team understood that the avatars are expressions of the Erd tree rather than independent beings, and they made them sound accordingly. Not like a thing you're fighting, but like a place that has decided to object. Fact 263. The Crucible armor set, when worn, gives the player access to incantations that mirror the primordial form, tail, horns, aspects of an ancient, undifferentiated body. Wearing this armor and using these incantations is the most direct way the player can engage with the cosmological history of the lands between as a physical practice rather than just a knowledge exercise. The Crucible can be worn, its magic can be used. It is not dead, it is waiting. Fact 264. The Alabaster Lords associated with Radan's gravity sorcery tradition carry great swords that double as gravity tools. The idea of a sword being simultaneously a weapon and a gravitational control mechanism suggests that in the game's metaphysics, matter and force are not entirely separate categories. A heavy enough object wielded with sufficient understanding of its weight can do things that a lighter object cannot. The sword is just extremely applied gravity. Fact 265. The cruciform tree frond, described in item lore, is a sacred symbol of the Golden Order representing the unity of the Erd tree's form with the concept of ordered life. The cross-like shape is not coincidental in a game deeply steeped in medieval European aesthetic tradition. The Golden Order's visual language borrows heavily from Christian iconography without being directly analogous to any specific religious practice. It takes the feeling of a tradition and uses it to build its own vocabulary. Fact 266. The Liurnia of the Lakes region contains remnants of a sunken city beneath the water. The Church of Inhibition and other structures are partially flooded, and walking through them raises questions about what the land looked like before the water rose. The lore does not explain the flooding directly. It is simply there, evidence of a geography that has changed for reasons the current inhabitants either do not know or do not discuss. Fact 267. The glintstone craftsmen who created the glintstone-powered constructs in Raya Lucaria and Liurnia represent an early industrial tradition within the game's world, a school of thought that sought to apply the principles of sorcery to mechanical problems. The result is soldiers made of stone, towers that defend themselves, and constructs that carry out tasks without any living being directing them moment to moment. The lands between had early automation, powered by starlight rather than electricity. Fact 268. The Bloodhound's Fang, obtained from Bloodhound Knight Darriwil, is described as a weapon once held by a swordsman who served the Kyrian nobility before his disgrace. His disgrace is not explained. His skill is evident. The weapon is one of the most beloved in the game among players because of its moveset rather than its lore, but the lore gives it a context that makes finding it feel like inheriting something from someone who did not get to finish their story. Fact 269. The game's optional areas, Siofra River, Ainsel River, Nokron, Noxtella, the Deeproot Depths, form an entirely separate underworld that many players never fully explore. These underground regions contain entire civilizations, histories, and ecosystems that exist completely independently of the surface world. The Lands Between has a second world beneath its first, and the second world is in many ways more ancient and more strange than anything above ground. Fact 270. Nokron, the Eternal City, was frozen at the moment of Radun's defeat. When the player kills Radun, the meteorite that had been stopped by his gravity falls, crashing into the surface of the Lands Between and opening the way to Nokron below. The timing of this is significant. The city was waiting for the stars to move again, and the star that opened the path was the physical consequence of the stars being allowed to continue. Ranni's plot depends on a chain of events that could not begin until the player killed a grieving general in a wasteland. Fact 271. The silver tears of Nokron are described as creatures made of liquid silver that can mimic any form. The mimic tear boss is a silver tear that has taken the form of the player character, weapons, and all. Fighting yourself is a mechanic with obvious philosophical implications in a game already full of characters who are divided against themselves. You are fighting something that chose to look like you because you are the most dangerous looking thing it had seen recently. The complement is also a threat. Fact 272. Ranni's body, her original demigod form, is in the Divine Tower of Liurnia. The tower is accessible relatively early in the game. Finding the body of the character, who is also walking around in a small doll form elsewhere in the world, is a moment of genuine disorientation if you encounter it without prior knowledge. The doll's voice and the body's stillness communicate the same character from completely different physical states, and the distance between them is the distance of her entire arc. Fact 273. The Night Cavalry, the ghostly mounted warriors that patrol certain roads at night, are described as knights who participated in the great hunts of the Golden Order. They now ride the roads in death as they did in life, unable or unwilling to stop. Their patrol routes correspond to historical boundaries and roads that the Golden Order maintained. They are haunting the infrastructure. The roads are memories, and the memories patrol themselves. Fact 274. The Dragon Temple lift in Farum Azula leads to the highest point accessible in that region, offering a view of the entire floating island complex in its frozen mid-collapse. Standing there is one of the more powerful environmental storytelling moments in the game. The scale of what is breaking apart around you becomes comprehensible, and comprehension, in this case, makes it worse. Fact 275. The giant conquering hero's grave is a catacomb in the mountaintops of the giants that commemorates the victory over the giants through a series of trapped and layered challenges. The architecture of the grave reflects the scale of the campaign it memorializes, enormous, complex, and difficult to navigate. The Lands Between built its military victories into its terrain. The tombs of this world are also textbooks. Fact 276. The Malefactor's Evergale, one of the early game's imprisoned boss locations, contains Bloodhound Knight Darawil, a figure described as having betrayed his master. Evergales are described as prisons made of night sky, constructed to contain beings deemed too dangerous or too treacherous to simply execute. The idea of a prison made of sky says something about how the Golden Order thought about cosmic space. The night sky was not a wonder, but a resource, including as a material for confinement. Fact 277. The Evergale mechanic as a whole implies a penal system in the Lands Between that operated outside of normal death and life mechanics. The imprisoned beings continue to exist, prevented from dying, prevented from escaping. When the player enters to fight them, it is the first disruption of their imprisonment in an indeterminate amount of time. How long they have been in there is never specified. The Bloodhound Knight has been in there long enough to have forgotten what he betrayed his master for. Fact 278. The invisible scarab enemies, small creatures that carry upgrades and incantations, are notable for their stealth and their role as mobile reward containers. They do not attack, they flee. They are the prey animals of a loot ecosystem. Their design is an example of how even minor gameplay elements in the world have an ecological logic. Something holds the rewards, something tries to keep them, and the player interrupts that without understanding the full picture of why the scarab had those items in the first place. Fact 279. The crucible of life is described as containing all the potential forms that life could take before the Golden Order declared specific forms legitimate. The implication is that the forms the Golden Order excluded, the omen horns, the dragon aspects, the mixed crucible anatomy, were not mutations or diseases. They were legitimate expressions of the original life potential. The Golden Order defined them as impure. The Crucible's lore says they were simply not what the Golden Order preferred. Fact 280. The Rune of Death, once removed from the Elden Ring, was stored in the rune flask of the Black Knife Assassins. This small artifact, a flask of night sky, contained the stolen fragment of death itself. When it was used to kill Godwyn's soul, the flask's contents were expended. The most consequential theft in the history of the Lands Between was carried out with a container described as a bottle of the night sky. Power in this world is often packaged in deceptively mundane forms. Fact 281. The death root, the dark root-like growth associated with those who live in death, is described as the physical manifestation of Godwyn's undead spread. Collecting Deathroot and bringing it to Gurranq, the beast clergyman, is a questline whose endpoint reveals that Gurranq is actually Malekith, the Black Blade, the guardian of the Rune of Death for the Golden Order before it was stolen. He has been eating Deathroot to control it and is slowly losing his ability to maintain his rational form. He is a cosmic guardian, being consumed by the very thing he was created to contain. Fact 282. Malekith's Black Blade skill, Destined Death, is described as unleashing the Rune of Death's full power. When Malekith is defeated and the player obtains the Rune of Death, it is reintegrated into the world, allowing the Erd tree to finally burn with a flame capable of affecting the otherwise protected tree. The fight against Malekith is therefore necessary, not just narratively, but mechanically. You cannot progress without acquiring the death that was stolen before the game began. Fact 283. The Blessing of Marika, the positive status effect associated with certain talismans and items, heals the player over time. It is named directly after the god. It is grace expressed as biological benefit. You are literally recovering under the blessing of a god who is currently imprisoned and broken inside the world's most sacred tree. The blessing continues even in her absence, because that is what blessings do. Fact 284. The Sacrificial Twig Talisman, which prevents the player from losing runes on death but breaks immediately afterward, is described as a twig from the Erd tree, grown in the shape of a twig. This tautology is either a translation quirk or a deliberate statement about the nature of sacred objects in the Golden Order. They do not need to be anything other than what they are. The twig is sacred because it grew from the Erd tree. Its shape is not a symbol, its origin is the significance. Fact 285. The Pearl Drake Talisman is made from the tail of a drake, an ancient reptilian creature, and provides resistance to non-physical damage. The fact that you can wear part of a drake's body and benefit from its ancient properties reflects the game's consistent logic that things from older cosmic eras retain power that newer things cannot replicate. The ancient dragon tradition does not just survive in books and spells, it survives in the physical world as materials that carry the original power through transformation. Fact 286. The Elden Ring's open-world design was described by Miyazaki as an attempt to restore the sense of wonder that early adventure games created, the feeling of a world that does not explain itself and that rewards exploration with things you could not have predicted. Every major game decision, from the boss placement to the region transitions, was made with the goal of preserving that feeling for as long as possible and delivering it at the largest possible scale. Fact 287. The game uses fog walls to separate areas that the player is not yet ready to enter, but it also contains many areas with no fog walls at all, places you can walk into and be destroyed immediately if your level is too low. This design choice is a deliberate replication of the feeling of a world that does not adjust itself to the player's current capability. The world has its own order. You must find your place within that order rather than having the order arranged around you. Fact 288. The Loretta bosses, specifically Knight of the Halig Tree and Royal Knight Loretta, are two encounters with the same character at different points in her story. Loretta was a Carian knight who left the royal family's service to guard the Halig Tree. Fighting her twice is a statement about how much distance can open between who a person was and who they became, and how both versions of that person can present themselves to you as an obstacle in different circumstances. She was loyal to two different things at two different points in her life. Both loyalties were sincere. Fact 289. Patches, the universally beloved and detested merchant and trickster figure, appears in most From Software games as a recurring character archetype. In Elden Ring, he is presented as someone who dropped into a new world with the same old habits, pushing people into holes, pretending to be a clergyman, making deals from the most defensible position he can find. He is entirely consistent across every setting he inhabits. Some people, the game seems to say, are just always going to be Patches. Fact 290. The Elden Ring's approach to death as a mechanic, losing runes on death, being able to recover them, starting over without truly starting over, mirrors the game's lore approach to death as a concept. Death is not permanent in the lands between, and the game's mechanic of resurrection at sites of grace reflects that lore. The tarnished do not die, they are felled and risen. The game's difficulty is designed around a death system that is not about ending, but about repeating and improving. Fact 291. The great runes, when activated at divine towers and equipped as a talisman-like effect, each provide very specific benefits that reflect their lore. Godric's rune raises all stats slightly. Radahn's rune raises the HP, FP, and stamina hard caps. Morgoth's rune raises the HP cap further. Rykard's rune regenerates HP for each enemy killed. Each mechanical effect is a physical expression of the lore concept the rune embodies. The design is not just functional, it is translation. Fact 292. The concept of a remembrance, the compressed memory of a powerful being, is used throughout the game's item and crafting systems in ways that reinforce the game's stance on memory and legacy. The most powerful weapons in the game are made from memories. The most significant items are distillations of experience. In this world, what someone was is a more durable form of them than what remains of their body. Fact 293. The phantom horses, the horses summoned by various NPC invaders, have a different visual quality than Torrent. They are bright, solid, aggressive. Torrent is small, long-manned, and described as a gift from Melina. The contrast in horse design between the player's mount and the mounts of those who oppose the player is subtle but consistent. Torrent is something personal. The others are simply transport. Fact 294. Torrent is described as a spirit steed rather than a living horse, a spectral creature that the player's character has an existing bond with before the game begins. The implications of this are interesting. The Tarnished had torrent before they returned to the lands between. Whatever their life was during their exile, they spent it with a spirit horse. Some part of the Beyond Grace period produced that bond. Whatever the Tarnished was before the game started, they were the kind of person who made friends with a spirit horse. Fact 295. The Margit encounter on the road to Storm Vale is widely cited as the first significant test of the game's difficulty calibration. Margit tells the player that their destiny is to suffer, that they are unfit for the lordship they seek, and that their grace is fleeting. He is also, as later revealed, Morgott, the Omen King defending his city in disguise. He is not blocking the path because he wants to. He is blocking it because he believes in the Golden Order's integrity, even as he knows it has already failed. Margit's aggression toward the Tarnished is the aggression of a man who still believes in something that the world has already moved past. Fact 296. The Weeping Peninsula in the south of Limgrave is one of the most content-dense early regions in the game. It contains a castle, a minor Erd tree, multiple questline characters, a hidden dragon encounter, and some of the game's most beautiful environmental vistas. It is also entirely optional. Players who skip it entirely miss nothing required for the main narrative. It exists as a gift to those who explore rather than rush. Fact 297. The Scarlet Rot in Caelid behaves differently from other environmental hazards in the game. It is persistent, it builds up rapidly, and it can kill a player who is fully healthy in a matter of seconds if they stand in a contaminated area. The mechanical hostility of the region reflects its lore status. Caelid is not just dangerous, it is fundamentally hostile to the continued existence of living things. The Scarlet Rot does not want you there. It does not want anything there. Fact 298. The Siofra River Basin, the first underground area players typically encounter, creates a genuine moment of awe with its blue bioluminescent atmosphere, the massive scale of its cavern, and the way the stars underground echo the stars above. The underground stars are not real stars, they are some form of outer god expression that predates the surface civilization. But they look like stars, and finding a sky underground is one of those discoveries that makes the world feel larger than its size. The game puts a sky underground and trusts players to be struck by it. Fact 299. The Finger Ruins, scattered in the DLC's Realm of Shadow, are ancient stone formations in the shape of fingers pointing toward the sky. They predate everything else in the lore, structures from a time before the Greater Will's current intervention. Their shape, pointing upward, suggests communication rather than worship, a request directed at something above. Whatever built them was asking something. Whatever they were asking for was either answered in ways that led to the current world or was never answered, and they have been pointing ever since. Fact 300. The number 300 is reached, and the lore of Elden Ring does not care about round numbers. It has exactly as many details as it needs, and not one fewer. Continuing. Fact 301. The Shattering created a phenomenon called the Fracture, in which the absence of complete Golden Order lore produced inconsistent, fragmented rules throughout the world. This is why you encounter zones where certain physics seem off, where enemies are wrong in ways that don't correspond to any consistent lore explanation, and where the world presents itself as partially dismantled rather than fully intact. The Lands Between is a world running on a broken operating system, and the visual noise of that is expressed in environmental design. Fact 302. The Tarnished's movement speed while walking is noticeably slower in the game than it is for comparable action games. This is a deliberate design choice. The slow walk encourages looking at the environment, absorbing the atmosphere, taking the world seriously as a physical space. Speed is available. The game is not punishing you by making you move slowly. It is offering you time. Fact 303. Elden Ring received the Game Award for Game of the Year in 2022. It sold approximately 20 million copies in its first month and exceeded that substantially in the following years. The scale of its commercial and critical success is notable not just for the genre, but for what it says about players' appetite for difficulty paired with depth. People did not just tolerate the challenge, they chose it. Fact 304. The game's lore accessibility through item descriptions and NPC dialogue was deliberately calibrated to allow players to have a complete and satisfying experience without reading any item descriptions, while also rewarding deep engagement with those descriptions with an entirely different narrative layer. Most games make this kind of layering feel like work. Elden Ring makes it feel like optional reading that changes everything. Fact 305. George R.R. Martin's involvement in the game was as a world builder rather than as a narrative designer. He created the historical framework, the stories of Marika, Godfrey, the demigods, and the Shattering, and Miyazaki's team built the game's present-tense narrative around that history. The result is a world with an unusually dense and consistent historical backstory that feels lived in because it was, in a sense, written by a historian before the game's designers ever started populating it with monsters and quests. Fact 306. Martin's influence is most visible in the game's focus on family dynamics as a source of political and personal tragedy. The Shattering as a family conflict, the demigods' war as siblings and cousins and stepchildren fighting over inheritance, Marika's complex relationships with her multiple consorts, and the children she did and did not acknowledge, all of this carries the specific flavour of politically consequential family dysfunction that is a hallmark of Martin's fiction. Fact 307. Miyazaki's influence is most visible in the game's visual design, its enemy placement, its focus on characters defined by loss and persistence, and its philosophical refusal to tell the player what to feel about anything. Miyazaki's games are characterized by the combination of beauty and horror in the same object, by the question of whether hope is a useful thing in a broken world, and by environments that communicate more than the text ever does. Both influences are present simultaneously throughout the game, and they do not fight each other. Fact 308. The DLC's Realm of Shadow features weapons and enemies that directly reference old myths and folk traditions in ways the main game's designs are more oblique about. The Shadow Sunflower Blossom, the Dancing Lion Boss, the Furnace Golems, each of these draws on specific cultural references filtered through the game's design language. The DLC leans harder into mythology as aesthetic fuel, while remaining entirely within the internal logic of the Elden Ring universe. Fact 309. The Furnace Golems in the DLC are enormous, fire-burning constructs used to immolate the giants as part of the campaign in the Realm of Shadow. Their fires, still burning ages after their original purpose, are one of the DLC's most striking visual designs. Giant stone beings with roaring bonfires in their open chest cavities, walking through a landscape that has been burned so many times it has forgotten what it looked like before. They are weapons that outlived their war. Fact 310. The Dancing Lion Boss in the DLC is designed with reference to the lion dance tradition from East Asian cultural celebrations, a costume beast meant to drive away evil and bring luck. The game takes this benign cultural symbol and recontextualizes it as a boss encounter without losing the visual elegance of the original tradition. It is one of the DLC's most visually striking designs and its most immediately culturally legible. Fact 311. Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame, in the DLC represents the most complete picture of what happens when the Three Fingers influence fully takes hold of a willing person. The abyssal woods where he resides are a region so saturated with the frenzied flame's influence that madness is the environmental default. Midra himself is someone who was driven to the brink by circumstances and then accepted dissolution as the only remaining piece. His fight has an unusual arc, a portion where he is passive and confused before the full expression of his condition takes over. He was a person, then he became a force. Fact 312. The Cerulean Coast and the DLC's coastal regions give the realm of Shadow an ecological diversity that reflects the main game's willingness to use landscape as character. A place that was used as a war zone and a suppression ground for things the Golden Order wanted to erase would still have coasts, would still have birds, would still have weather. The DLC's beauty in the face of the horror it describes makes the horror function more effectively. You cannot hate a world that looks like this. Fact 313. Saint Trina, referenced throughout the game in items associated with sleep and with the blue lily flower, is eventually implied to be Miquella's alter ego, another form taken during his eternal childhood, associated with dreaming and unconsciousness rather than the clarity and determination he pursued in his main form. The duality of Miquella and Saint Trina mirrors Marika and Radagon, but inverted, where Marika and Radagon are conflict expressed as duality. Miquella and Saint Trina may be a gentler kind of splitting, a dreaming half of a being that could not sleep when he needed to. Fact 314. The sleep status effect applied by Saint Trina's associated items is unique in the game for not dealing damage. It simply puts enemies to sleep. In a game full of damage-dealing status effects, sleep is distinctive in being purely tactical and non-destructive. There is something consistent about this in the context of Saint Trina, the gentle aspect of Miquella, offering rest rather than harm. Fact 315. The lore of the bewitching branches suggests Miquella's influence worked by compelling rather than convincing. Those affected by his power did not choose to follow him freely. They were drawn in by a quality of his presence that functioned like involuntary devotion. The moral implications of a being who causes unwanted love are treated with appropriate discomfort in the game's item descriptions. Miquella's kindness, even when genuine, was also always coercion. Fact 316. Malenia's final exchange in the game, her voice line before her fight, tells the player that she has never known defeat. This is not arrogance, it is a statement of fact. She fought Radon to a standstill. She bloomed the rot rather than accept loss. She's been fighting since her birth against a disease that was trying to consume her, and she has not let it win. When she says she has never known defeat, she is the only character in the game who makes that claim with sufficient evidence to be taken entirely at face value. Fact 317. The helmet of the legendary hero Iji, smithing master Iji, is described as enormous, intended for a giant-sized being, worn by what is clearly a human-sized person. The practical implication of a person wearing a helmet designed for a much larger head is never addressed. The game moves past it. Iji is wearing a helmet that does not fit him, and he has decided this is fine. Fact 318. Iji's questline is one of the game's sadder passive narratives. He serves Ranni and guards her from the Three Fingers. He is killed by Black Knife Tiche on Ranni's orders as part of a cover-up for the Night of Black Knives. He did not know what Ranni was planning. He served her faithfully. His reward for that service was to be eliminated as a liability. When you find his body, the game does not announce what happened. You find the body, and you know. Fact 319. Black Knife Teach is obtainable as a spirit summon. She is one of the most popular summons for challenging boss fights, particularly useful for her mobility and damage output. The lore of her being one of the assassins who participated in the Night of Black Knives, and whose spirit is now available as a summon for a tarnished working toward a Golden Order goal, is the kind of irony the game deploys without comment. Fact 320. The Lands Between contains hundreds of named but non-interactive gravestones scattered throughout the world. The names on these gravestones are not connected to any character in the game's main narrative. They are tombstones for no one. They exist to fill in the suggestion of a populated world with a history of people who died and were mourned, none of whom you ever know anything about. The world had inhabitants before it had story. The gravestones remember the inhabitants. Fact 321. The crafting system in Elden Ring uses items gathered from the environment, flora, fauna, minerals, to create consumable tools that range from healing to offensive. The crafting cookbook items that unlock new recipes are found throughout the world in ways that suggest someone was already using these formulations before the player arrived. The Lands Between had an existing material culture for survival that the Tarnished inherits rather than invents. Fact 322. The merchants, the hooded, travelling traders encountered throughout the world, are all described as members of a clan that was condemned by the Golden Order. Their imprisonment, referenced in their humming and in several item descriptions, was a deliberate policy. They were kept alive because they were useful, but their mobility was monitored and their culture was deliberately suppressed. When you buy from them, you're doing business with people who have been living as state-sanctioned prisoners for an entire age. Fact 323. The Albinaurics are a created race, humanoid beings made through an alchemical process by sorcerers working in the Lands Between. They are not born in any conventional sense. They are made, and many of them are described as failures. Incomplete beings who lack the full capacities of the humans they were created to supplement. Their settlements in the underground regions suggest they retreated from a surface world that never fully accepted them. They are displaced in the most fundamental sense, made for a world that did not want them. Fact 324. Latenna the Albinauric is a questline character who cannot ride a horse because of a condition affecting her legs. She uses her wolf companion as a mount substitute. Her questline involves escorting her to the Halig tree, which Michaela designed as a sanctuary for Albinaurics, as well as for other rejected beings. Her destination is a place built for her people specifically, a rare case of a questline character going somewhere they are supposed to go rather than somewhere they stumble into. Fact 325. The Volcano Manor's invitation system, players are given a list of assassination targets to hunt across the world, creates a faction-based questline that cuts across the game's main narrative without contradicting it. The targets are not random. They are people who have made choices the Manor's philosophy opposes. The kills the player makes for Rykard's household have a logic that becomes clearer the deeper into the questline they go. By the end, the player has enacted a specific ideological project without being told that is what they were doing. Fact 326. The Altus Plateau is one of the most aesthetically pleasant regions in the game. A highland meadow with yellow flowers, ancient stone architecture, and a sense of having been once prosperous. The contrast between its pleasant aesthetic and the advanced deterioration of the world around it suggests it was an upper-class region, somewhere the Golden Order's influence persisted longest, where the visual markers of grace and prosperity were maintained most thoroughly. It looks good because, for a long time, it was protected. Fact 327. The volcano in Mount Gelmir, connected to the Volcano Manor, has a visual design that places the eruption midstream. Frozen lava flows, permanently burning rock, a geography caught in the act of being reshaped. The volcano does not erupt in the game. It is perpetually in the process of having erupted without completing the act. Like Farum Azula suspended in its collapse, Gelmir is suspended in its destruction. Fact 328. The Raya Lucaria Academy has a field of debris orbiting it, rocks and chunks of architecture circling the building. This is described as a consequence of the Academy's gravitational sorceries. The school built its own accidental ring system out of masonry by experimenting with forces it did not fully understand. The orbital debris is both evidence of the Academy's ambition and a reminder that ambition in this world frequently produces unintended consequences that persist long after the experiment ends. Fact 329. Miriel the Turtle Pope can receive every sacred text in the game, every incantation tome, and every sorcery book, and will teach their contents to the player. He accepts texts from every tradition: Golden Order, Dragon Cult, Godskin, everything. He does not discriminate based on the ideology represented by the text. His willingness to hold and teach from every tradition simultaneously makes him the most intellectually pluralistic character in the game. Fact 330. The Church of Vows has a mechanism called the Celestial Dew that allows the player to atone for sins committed against NPCs, specifically for attacking or killing merchants, NPCs, and questline characters. The game offers a mechanical path to forgiveness, housed in a church built by Radagon and tended by a turtle. The path to absolution in the lands between involves a giant tortoise and dew from the sky. The game is entirely serious about this. Fact 331. The Erdtree's physical appearance changes throughout the game as the narrative progresses. In the early game, it glows brightly and dominates the horizon. After certain story events, its appearance shifts. It dims, it burns, it changes. The world's most prominent visible object is a dynamic character in its own right, and players who pay attention to the sky will notice the game tracking its own narrative through the Erdtree's appearance. Fact 332. The final approach to Leyndell, walking through the city toward the Erdtree, is one of the most sustained pieces of environmental storytelling in any game. The architecture, the fallen soldiers, the abandoned ceremonies, the scale of the fortifications, and finally, the sheer size of the Erdtree as you approach it from directly below. It communicates an entire civilization's ambition and collapse in a single continuous physical experience. You do not need to read anything. You just walk toward the tree. Fact 333. The phrase "guided by grace," used throughout the game, is not just a description of the tarnished situation. It is a statement of purpose. In the Golden Order's philosophy, to be guided by grace is to be in alignment with the greater will's intentions, to be moving in the direction that the cosmic framework of the world considers correct. The tarnished, who follow a new grace that may not be the Golden Order's official grace, are guided by something. Whether that something is the greater will or Marika's own intention, or something else entirely, is a question the game deliberately refuses to close. Fact 334. The mending runes available in some of the game's endings: Mending Rune of the Death Prince from Fia's questline, Mending Rune of Perfect Order from Goldmask's questline, Mending Rune of the Fell Curse from the Dung Eater's questline, each represent a fundamentally different philosophical position about what the Elden Ring should be. Using one of them to mend the ring at the end of the game does not just restore the ring, it defines the law that the ring will now embody. The ending is not just narrative, it is philosophical legislation. Fact 335. The Age of Perfect Order ending, Goldmask's Path, is described as a refinement of the Golden Order. Marika's laws corrected, the contradictions resolved, a perfected system rather than a new one. This is the most conservative of the non-default endings, not a rejection of what the Golden Order built, but an attempt to complete it properly. It is a vision of what the world would have been if Marika had not broken and if the demigods had not fought. Clean, logical, cold. Fact 336. The Fell Curse ending associated with the Dung Eater makes the entire world cursed. Every soul born afterward carries the omen condition. This is the ending whose emotional logic requires the most charity to understand as anything other than nihilism. The dung-eater's belief that cursing everyone equally is liberation requires accepting his premise that purity hierarchies cause more suffering than universal cursing. The game presents his ending with the same neutral framing it gives all others. It does not tell you it is wrong. It lets you decide. Fact 337. The frenzied flame ending, in which the player ignites the flame and begins burning all of existence into undifferentiation, has a coda. Melina, if she survived earlier in the game, vows to hunt the player down. The most unambiguous relationship the Tarnished has with the guide who carried them through the world ends with her becoming an enemy, dedicated to pursuing the Tarnished to whatever end. The ending that destroys everything is also the ending that costs the most in personal terms. Fact 338. The Age of the Stars ending is the only one accompanied by a unique cutscene in which the player and Ranni ascend together. The dialogue is brief and final. The world is left to grow in the absence of imposed fate. This is the ending that most completely refuses the game's central premise: that the world needs a lord, that the ring must be mended, that the Tarnished must take a throne. It says the throne was never necessary and leaves. Fact 339. The default ending, the Age of Fracture, does not feel like a triumph. You mend the ring, you take the throne. The world is restored to some version of its previous order, but the previous order was broken in the first place. You have put back together something that was already showing its fundamental flaws before it ever shattered. The ending is not triumphant because the story does not believe it is. It is the continuation of a world, and continuation is not the same as improvement. Fact 340. The Elden Ring has no post-credits scene. The credits roll. The music plays. The game ends. From Software does not offer you a coda, a consolation, a final conversation. You put the ring back together, or you changed what it is, or you left it behind. The music tells you the experience is over. The world you just changed does not ask for your thoughts about it. Fact 341. The entire Elden Ring, in all its lore and complexity, can be read as a story about institutions. The Greater Will is an institution that creates systems. The Golden Order is an institution that executes them. The demigods are inheritors of an institution who cannot agree on what to do when it breaks. The Tarnished is someone who never benefited from the institution and yet may end up responsible for deciding its future. Every significant character is defined by their relationship to a system larger than themselves. Fact 342. The Mountains of the Giants contain a structure called the Forge of the Giants. It is the final step before Leyndell's burning. The Forge is not a forge in any conventional sense. It is the heart of the captive giant's fire, waiting to be activated. The fact that the end of the world's status quo is located in a forge suggests that the game views what comes after the burning, not as destruction, but as creation. Something is being made. The fire is not the ending. It is the heat required for something new. Fact 343. The game's score, composed by Yuka Kitamura and collaborators, contains pieces that range from the ancient and alien, the Elden Beasts theme, to the tragic and personal, Malekith's music, to the simply grand Morgoth's theme, which is one of the most emotionally complete boss themes in the series. The music rarely tells you how to feel. It offers a context and then stands aside. Fact 344. The visual design of the Elden Ring's golden logo, the interlocked circles and the stylized ring shape, echoes the game's circular narrative structure. The ring is made. The ring is broken. The ring is potentially remade. The circle that the game's narrative describes echoes the visual of the ring itself. It is a self-referential design that rewards the second glance. Fact 345. The game's map can only be revealed through physical exploration. You must walk to areas to uncover the fog on the map. This is an old game mechanic that Elden Ring deploys because the experience of revealing the world incrementally is more honest to the experience of being in an unknown place than having a complete picture from the start. The map grows as you grow. When the map is finished, so are you. Usually both happen at about the same time. Fact 346. The finger reader at the round table hold tells the player early in the game that their strength is extraordinary, their spirit is of metal, and their fate seems special. She tells this to every tarnished who arrives. She does not know the player's specific destiny. She is making educated guesses, calibrated to encourage compliance. The Golden Order's guidance system runs on institutional flattery as much as cosmic instruction. The tarnished are special. They are all special. That is what you tell people whose cooperation you need. Fact 347. The Church of Ella, where the player first encounters a merchant after the tutorial area, is described as a church abandoned by its clergy. The golden grace objects in the church, the site of grace, the altar elements, remain functional despite the absence of attendants. The church works without anyone maintaining it. The grace is automatic. The institution is not. Fact 348. The tarnished's ability to use spirit ashes, summoning the spirits of defeated enemies and fallen warriors, is described as a recent innovation in the game's world. The technique is relatively new, and its use is considered unconventional by many of the more traditional, tarnished and soldiers the player encounters. The player character is not just a weapon from the past, they are someone bringing a new practice to an old war. Fact 349. Elden Ring is, at its most distilled, a game about how civilizations justify themselves and what happens when the justifications stop working. Every institution in the world exists because something in the past made it and declared it necessary. When the thing that declared it necessary is broken, the institution does not immediately disappear. It continues by inertia, by faith, by fear, by the simple fact that nothing has yet replaced it. The lands between is running on inertia when the player arrives, and the player is the force that finally makes the inertia insufficient. Fact 350. The DLC's final boss encounter with promised consort Radahn, a second version of Radahn, restored and elevated by Miquella to serve as his consort in his new divine project, is one of the most complex boss encounters in the game's history. It requires understanding who Radahn was, what Miquella is doing, and why the reunion of these two characters in this specific context is both a betrayal of Radahn's memory and potentially the most intimate expression of Miquella's remaining capacity for connection. Fact 351. Radahn's soul was restored by Miquella from wherever the soul of a defeated demigod resides. This is presented as an act of love. Miquella bringing back the person whose soul he wanted as his consort. It is also possibly the purest expression of Miquella's power, as described in the lore. The capacity to draw people towards him through a devotion they did not entirely choose, here extended even to the dead. Fact 352. The promised consort Radahn fight begins with Miquella's floating presence above the arena, his hand extended toward his consort. As the fight progresses, Miquella merges more completely with Radahn, changing the fight's mechanics. The visual of a small half-sleeping boy becoming more and more present in the body of an enormous demigod warrior is disturbing in ways the game frames entirely in terms of power and inevitability rather than horror. Fact 353. The question of whether the Radahn in the DLC is the same Radahn, whether the restored soul is truly him, is deliberately left open. He has no dialogue. He fights with purpose. He does not appear feral. The soul Miquella restored may be the general, the scholar, the man who kept his horse alive. Or it may be something Michaela shaped from the memory of those qualities. The game gives you a fight and does not resolve the question. Fact 354. The Scadutry blessing system in the DLC, which requires collecting Scadutry fragments to become stronger against the DLC's enemies, reflects a thematic point about the realm of shadow. You must gather pieces of sacred trees to become effective in a place where the main Erdtree's grace does not reach. The DLC requires a completely different source of power than the main game. The player must adapt to a world that operates under different rules. Fact 355. The Shadow of the Erdtree DLC contains more NPC questlines per square kilometre than almost any area in the main game. The density of characters, with complete arcs, betrayals, ambitions, and endings in the realm of shadow, reflects the DLC's position as a culminating piece of content. Designed for players who have completed the main game and are ready for the full density of everything the team could offer. Fact 356. The realm of shadow has its own architectural style, different from Lanedell, different from Farum Azula, different from the underground regions. It looks like a place that developed independently of the main lands between, with its own traditions and its own aesthetic priorities. It is not a reflection of the surface world's architecture. It is a world that grew in the shadow of the Erdtree without being of the Erdtree. Fact 357. The Igon NPC in the DLC exists specifically to express intense personal hatred for Baal the Dread, a dragon boss encountered in a remote area. Igon's questline is an extreme and entirely committed expression of a single emotion, burning personal vendetta, and it is written and performed with as much care as any more philosophically complex NPC in the game. His hatred is complete, consistent, and deeply felt. He wants Baal dead more than he wants anything else. He has wanted this for a very long time. Fact 358. Baal the Dread is a dragon that defied both the ancient dragon lords and the Golden Order, acting purely on his own terms in ways that resulted in enormous destruction. He is described as uniquely aggressive among ancient dragons, a creature of violence that exceeded even the standard of his violent era. Igon's quest for revenge against him is the game's acknowledgement that sometimes the reason for hatred is entirely sufficient, and that watching someone finally get what they have been wanting for a very long time can be satisfying. Fact 359. The finger ruins of the DLC, standing in various forms across the realm of shadow, suggest that the pattern of the greater will's influence, expressed as finger shapes pointing skyward, predates the current world's construction. Whoever built these ruins was pointing at the sky before the Erdtree existed, before Marika became a god, before the current age. The greater will's arrival in this world was preceded by whoever built those fingers in the ancient shadow. The story began before any of the named characters. Fact 360. The entire game, from the moment of the Tarnished's landing in Limgrave to the final choice at the Elden Throne, takes place over an indeterminate but implied very short period. The scale of what the Tarnished accomplishes in what may be days or weeks, measured against the ages of history that preceded them, is another way. The game communicates its central premise. The world spent 1,000 years building what you'll spend a few hours of game time taking apart and reconsidering. Fact 361. The fog of war that comes with night in the lands between, the increased frequency of dangerous encounters, the night's cavalry, the different creatures that emerge, is a reflection of the world's binary structure between grace and its absence. In the Golden Order's cosmology, night is not neutral. Night is when the things that the Golden Order suppressed have the greatest freedom of movement. The Tarnished, who travel through both, are at risk during both and privileged during neither. Fact 362. The boss remembrances can each be consumed for a large number of runes, rather than crafted into a weapon or a spell. This option exists because the game allows for the possibility that the player does not care about the lore connection. They just want to spend the memory for resources. The game does not judge this choice. It quietly offers the option to trade meaning for currency, which is probably also thematically intentional. Fact 363. The land between's geography, separated into distinct regions with different climates, populations and histories, is described in the lore as having been shaped partly by the Golden Order's governance and partly by much older cosmic forces. The mountaintops are high because of the giant's history. Caelid is scarred because of millennia. Leonia is swamped because of the war between Raya Lucaria and the Golden Order. Every geographic detail has a historical cause. Fact 364. The invasion mechanic, other players entering your world to fight, is framed in the game's lore as the action of Tarnished competing with one another in their pursuit of the ring's power. The multiplayer layer of the game has a lore justification that is consistent with the single-player narrative. You are not playing online with strangers. Within the fiction, you're competing with other candidates for the throne. Everything has a justification. Everything fits within the same framework. Fact 365. The golden summon signs left by other players, which allow you to bring allied Tarnished into your world for boss fights, are framed as extensions of the Grace network. Players helping each other is treated as the Grace reaching toward cooperation rather than competition. The lore supports multiplayer assistance as a legitimate expression of the world's operating logic. The game wants you to help each other and has built the philosophy to justify it. Fact 366. The seedbed curse items associated with the Dung Eater's questline are found on the bodies of individuals who are killed by a specific method, described as a profound violation. The game's use of this item in a questline about cursing the entire world is one of its more unflinching narrative choices. The Dung Eater is not the game's worst character in terms of raw destructive power. He is possibly its most disturbing in terms of what he represents about the ways power can be used to deny dignity. Fact 367. The game's tutorial, located in the Cave of Knowledge, beneath the starting area, is presented as a burial chamber, rather than a training facility. You learn to fight in a tomb. Every skill that will sustain you through the next 100 hours was first practiced in a space devoted to the dead. The game establishes from its first minutes that knowledge and death in this world are intimately related. Fact 368. The grafted scion encountered in the tutorial area is described as a failed attempt at grafting, a creature assembled from many bodies that did not result in a coherent being. It is the tutorial's hardest enemy and is intended to be fled rather than defeated the first time you encounter it. It is a preview of the game's mechanics, but also a preview of its world, where the most grotesque experiments are carried out by those desperate for power, and where survival sometimes means running rather than fighting. Fact 369. The ability to step backwards onto gracelit falls, the yellow-gold light that prevents fall death from certain elevated paths, is one of the more unusual navigational tools in the game. These specific glowing edges prevent one kind of death from a specific direction. The grace does not cover all falls. It covers the ones the game designers decided the player should survive. The grace is selective. It always has been. Fact 370. The item called the larval tear allows the player to rebirth their character, redistributing all leveled attributes without losing progress. The name references the larval stage of metamorphosis. The tear is associated with transformation before a final form is achieved. The ability to rebirth in a game so focused on the consequences of transformation and the cost of change is presented as both a practical tool and an act in keeping with the world's deepest logic. Everything in the lands between is in the process of becoming something else. Fact 371. The Elden Ring's lore library, when you include item descriptions, NPC dialogue, environmental storytelling, and loading screen text, exceeds the word count of most conventional novels. It is a body of text that was clearly written with the intention of being read deeply, of rewarding attention, of containing inconsistencies that are deliberate rather than errors. The game was designed to be studied as well as played. Fact 372. The game acknowledges the possibility that the Tarnished themselves may have complex and potentially dark histories that predated their return to the lands between. The class backgrounds hint at this. The wretch has nothing, which could mean they lost everything or that they never had anything. The bandit background implies criminal activity. The prophet is described as a person of dubious origins. The game does not ask you to be good. It asks you to choose what you do next. Fact 373. The Tarnished's eventual fate after the game's ending is not described in any of the endings. You choose what the world becomes. The game does not tell you what happens to you afterward. Whatever age follows the events of the game, the Tarnished's place in it is unstated. They were the agent of change. The change happened. What the agent becomes after acting is beyond the scope of the story being told. Fact 374. The entire philosophy of a Soulsborne game can be summarized as: the world is difficult, the knowledge to navigate it is available, and progress comes through accumulated understanding rather than raw power. Elden Ring is the fullest expression of this philosophy because it applies it not just to combat, but to narrative, to exploration, to NPC interaction, and to the player's relationship with the game's world. You understand Elden Ring the way you understand everything that matters, slowly, through repeated engagement, one piece at a time. Fact 375. The Elden Ring has been analysed through lenses including Jungian psychology, comparative mythology, political theory, ecological philosophy, and Christian theology. Each analysis finds genuine material to work with, not because the game is vague enough to accommodate anything, but because it is dense enough to actually contain elements relevant to each framework. It is not a mirror reflecting back whatever you bring to it. It is a specific thing that happens to be large enough for multiple legitimate interpretations simultaneously. Fact 376. The game's title is never explained within the game. The Elden Ring is the object of the narrative, but its name is never passed or defined by any character. Players are expected to understand what it means from context, which is itself consistent with the Golden Order's approach to sacred things. You do not explain the sacred, you name it and proceed with appropriate reverence. Fact 377. The Eternal Cities, Nokron and Nokstella, are underground civilizations that predate the current age. They were covered with earth, which some lore suggests was a deliberate act by the Greater Will, or by forces aligned with the Golden Order to suppress civilizations that operated outside its framework. The people of Nokron and Nokstella are described as devotees of the stars, the same star-based cosmic tradition that Rani eventually draws on for her ending. The Golden Order buried the tradition. The tradition survived underground. Fact 378. The ghost lore associated with various spirits in the game suggests that certain emotional states, particularly intense grief or attachment, are sufficient to prevent a soul from completing its journey to the Erd Tree. This gives the ghost enemies a characterization beyond simple obstacle. They are people who felt something so strongly that the feeling outlasted the body. Whether this is tragedy or persistence depends on what they felt and why they could not let it go. Fact 379. The concept of the deathbed exists as a ritual in the game's world, specifically the role fear occupies. The deathbed companion offers warmth and comfort to the dying and the dead. The sexual adjacent framing of how she provides this comfort is unusual for a From Software game, but it is consistent with a broader tradition of mythological figures who serve as guides and comforters between the living and the dead. Fia is not reducible to any single interpretation. She is simultaneously a lover, a guide, a priest, and an activist for the rights of those who should have been allowed to die. Fact 380. The lore of the Elden Ring suggests that all worlds connected to the Greater Will experience similar cycles: the arrival of the ring, the establishment of an order, the eventual breakdown of that order, and the potential for something new. The Lands Between is not the first world the Greater Will has visited, and may not be the last. Every civilization the Greater Will touches experiences the same fundamental story: the imposition of law, the law's corruption or rejection, and the question of what follows. Fact 381. The Elden Ring's DLC ending, in which the player can refuse Miquella's dream entirely and force him to confront the fact that he has made himself into exactly what he tried to escape from, is the most thematically complete conclusion the game offers. Miquella built a world of compelled love and divine authority because he wanted to transcend the compelled love and divine authority that defined his existence. The DLC's ending confronts him with that mirror. What he does with the reflection is what the Tarnished has been doing all along. Fact 382. The Lands Between has no formal calendar. You do not know what year it is or how long the shattering has been ongoing. This temporal blurring is intentional. The game exists in a perpetual present tense that contains all of its history, simultaneously accessible as ruins, ghosts, and item descriptions. Time is not linear in the Lands Between. It is stratified. The past and the present occupy the same space and are separated only by depth. Fact 383. The first time the Tarnished encounters a sight of grace, the golden light that guides them forward is described as pointing toward the Erd Tree. From the very first moment, the game establishes its directional premise: follow the light. The entire game is a refusal to simply follow the light. Every alternative ending is the Tarnished deciding they have a different idea about where the light should lead. Fact 384. The game's NPC voices, particularly the British adjacent accent used for most of the formal characters, create a specific tonal register associated with weight and history and institutional gravity. The voice direction for characters like Melina, Rani, and the Two Fingers attendants communicates that these are beings speaking from a long tradition of speaking carefully. The accent choice is a tonal argument about the nature of the world. Fact 385. The game's ambient sound design, the wind across the Altus Plateau, the distant thunder over the mountaintops, the churn of the rot in Kylid, is designed to make each region acoustically distinct. You could navigate the game with your eyes closed and know which region you were in from sound alone. This is an extraordinary technical and creative achievement, and one that goes almost entirely unacknowledged because it functions as intended, as something you do not notice because you're too immersed. Fact 386. The game's colour palette is extraordinarily consistent within each region. Limgrave is soft greens and warm stone. Liurnia is cold blues and silver water. Caelid is deep red and grey. The Altus Plateau is golden yellow and pale white. These are not accidental aesthetic choices. They are character choices. Each region's colour is its identity, and the identity is tied to its history and its current condition. The world communicates through colour. Fact 387. Miquella's needles, which suppress outer god influence, are described as made from unalloyed gold, the pure form of Golden Order material that he developed independently of the Greater Will. They actually suppress the scarlet rot in millennia. however temporarily. Michele solved a problem the entire Golden Order had no answer to because he approached it from a different direction than the Order ever would have. His methods were his own. His results were genuine. Fact 388. The lore around the Godskin Apostles and Godskin Nobles suggests a faction dedicated to killing gods and wearing their skin, a tradition built on the most literal possible form of claiming power from those above you. The gloam-eyed queen who led this faction was apparently a genuine challenge to the Golden Order's authority before she was defeated. The existence of a credible god-killing faction that was suppressed but not eliminated means the game's world contained the seed of the Order's destruction within it from a very early point. Fact 389. The Godskin duo fight in the Volcano Manor is widely considered one of the game's most frustrating encounters for reasons of mechanical design. Narratively, the presence of two godskin-wearing beings in the domain of Rykard, who is himself in the process of consuming a god, makes geographical and thematic sense. People who kill and wear gods ended up in the territory of someone trying to eat them. There is a logic here that the game never has to explain. Fact 390. The sealed Tower of Return, which teleports the player to the approach of Lindell, has a chest that triggers a trap teleport. This is a From Software tradition. Chest traps that punish overconfidence in environments where everything seems safe. The game that has spent hundreds of hours establishing that the world is dangerous will still punish you for relaxing. The danger is consistent. Your attention must be too. Fact 391. The game's credits list includes hundreds of people who contributed to its development. The final game is a collective achievement in a way that no individual lore element can fully capture. The world of the lands between is the product of an enormous number of decisions made by an enormous number of people, most of whom the players who love the game will never know by name. Fact 392. The game's player versus player community has developed an enormous secondary culture around the game's systems. Specific builds, specific rules of engagement, entire tournament structures built on top of the game's mechanics. This community exists entirely in addition to the single-player narrative experience and represents a second full game built from the first game's mechanical toolkit. Fact 393. The lore of Elden Ring taken as a whole suggests a pessimistic view of divine authority. That cosmic power, however grand, is ultimately self-serving and indifferent to the specific lives lived beneath it. But the game pairs this with equally clear evidence that individuals, Fortisax, Latenna, Alexander, Ranni, even Radahn, make choices that are entirely their own, that mean something, that cost something, and that are remembered. The gods are indifferent, the people are not. The game ultimately trusts the people more. Fact 394. The Elden Ring's lore is sometimes described by its developers as an approximation, a partial picture of a reality too large to fully document. This is consistent with how the lore functions in-game. You never get the complete picture. You get enough to grieve for Godwyn, enough to understand Radahn's final state, enough to recognize the courage in Ranni's impossible plan. The incompleteness is not a failure of the design. It is the design. Fact 395. Every enemy in the game that has a name, every named boss, every named NPC, hostile or otherwise, is given item lore and dialogue that makes them a specific individual rather than a type. The Bloodhound Knight is a specific Bloodhound Knight with a specific history. The Crucible Knight is a specific keeper of a specific tradition. The game refuses to make even its minor characters generically representative of their category. Everyone is someone. Fact 396. The language of the Elden Ring's lore is medieval academic in structure, full of subordinate clauses, formal inversions, and passive constructions. It sounds like it was translated from a more ancient and formal original, even though it was written in English from the start. The linguistic style creates a sense of institutional weight. You are reading documents from a civilization that took its own formality very seriously, even when that formality was covering up extraordinary dysfunction. Fact 397. The three fingers are a secret that the Golden Order appears to have suppressed from public knowledge. Characters who should know about them, the two fingers attendants, the more informed NPCs, either express ignorance or distress when they come up. The existence of a direct cosmic opposition to the greater will, living beneath the capital, is not supposed to be common knowledge. It is supposed to be a secret. It is the worst kind of secret to keep because it is true. Fact 398. The Tarnished eventually becomes powerful enough to fight and defeat entities that have existed since before the current cosmic order. Placidosax, who waited through an entire abandoned age. Radan, who held the stars still through will alone. Malenia, who has never known defeat. Malekith, guardian of the Rune of Death. The game escalates the Tarnished's significance, not through narrative exposition, but through the increasing cosmic scale of what they are able to survive. Fact 399. The Elden Ring ends and then it begins again, the moment a new player starts it for the first time. The world is destroyed and rebuilt with every playthrough. The choices are made fresh. The lore is encountered in a different order. The meaning of the story shifts with each new person who experiences it. This is not unique to Elden Ring. It is true of all stories. But Elden Ring, because of how it distributes its story through exploration and accumulation, makes the reader's role more active and more consequential than most. You are not just reading. You are assembling. Fact 400. In the full scope of the lands between, from the pre-Ring era of Placidosax's god to the possible futures offered by the various endings, what persists is not law, not divine authority, not any specific political arrangement. What persists is the land itself, the memory of those who lived there, and the possibility of something new. Every age ends. Every law breaks, every god either falls or is abandoned. What remains is the world, waiting for whoever is next, carrying the weight of everything that happened before. Fact 401. The Halig Drake Talisman provides protection against holy damage, specifically the damage type associated with the Golden Order and the Erd Tree. The fact that an item protecting you from the Golden Order's most sacred damage type is named with Hali, which means holy in the game's nomenclature, suggests that the protection against holy power is itself a form of holiness. The game's internal logic allows for the sacred to protect against itself. The Golden Order's own power provides the means of its resistance. Fact 402. The Stone Digger troll bosses found in various mines are not villains in any meaningful sense. They are workers, creatures that were used for mining by someone at some point, and that now exist in those mines without anyone managing them. They are labourers without employers, continuing their only function without direction. They are among the game's most tragic enemies because they are not threatening anything. They are simply there, doing what they know. Fact 403. The Glintstone Pebble sorcery is the most basic ranged magic in the game, and also, through scaling and mechanics, one of the most consistently useful throughout all stages of gameplay. Its simplicity is not a limitation, it is a foundation. The most fundamental form of the sorcery tradition, a piece of starlight thrown at a problem, holds up from the first dungeon to the last cosmic fight. Some tools are good because they are basic and honest. Fact 404. The Crimson Amber Medallion, one of the earliest talisman upgrades available, increases the player's maximum HP. It is described as a stone imbued with the essence of the Erd Tree and life force. The most practical early game upgrade is an expression of the world's central cosmological principle, made portable and wearable. The game gives you the Erd tree in your pocket before it gives you anything else. The grace is always the first upgrade. Fact 405. The bell-bearing hunter, a hostile NPC that appears at certain merchant sites during nighttime, is one of the most aggressively designed encounters in the overworld. He appears with no warning, scales to the area's difficulty ceiling, and functions as a mechanical reinforcement of the game's consistent message. Nowhere is truly safe, and nighttime specifically is when the structures the player relies on become hostile. The merchant site that comforted you becomes the arena. Fact 406. The smithing master. Hugh at the Round Table Hold is described as a prisoner, someone cursed to remain at the hold against his will. His imprisonment is never fully explained, but he accepts it with a kind of resigned dignity that is characteristic of the hold's various inhabitants. He is a craftsman in a cage. He does his work. He does not pretend the cage is not there. The honesty of his situation, simply present and unaddressed, is typical of how the game holds its most uncomfortable truths. Fact 407. Anaya, the finger reader at the Round Table Hold, is the only NPC who can transform remembrances into weapons and spells. She is described as someone who can feel the power held within these compressed memories. The act of turning a boss's memory into a weapon is something only she can facilitate. She is the alchemist of remembrance, turning grief and power into something the Tarnished can use. Her value to the player is entirely practical and entirely disturbing. Fact 408. The lore of the twin bird, an entity associated with the spread of death blight and with those who live in death, suggests a cosmic process by which death and the continuation of the undead are maintained in balance. The twin bird appears as a marker for nests of those who live in death, suggesting it functions as something between a shepherd and a caretaker for the creatures that should not exist. Even the things that fall outside the Golden Order's laws have a system managing them. The world never runs without something watching over it. Fact 409. The ghost flame dragon bosses. The skeletal dragon forms encountered in certain areas associated with death and those who live in death are ancient dragons that have experienced the half-death of Godwyn's influence. They burn with ghostly fire rather than natural flame. Their existence bridges two of the game's major cosmic themes: the ancient dragon tradition and the corruption of death that followed the Night of Black Knives. They are ancient things that got caught in modern catastrophes. Fact 410. The game's entire NPC questline structure, in which characters can die permanently if you make certain choices or advance the main narrative without completing their arcs, is one of the most discussed design decisions in any From Software game. Characters like Patches, Hyetta and Millicent have specific endpoints that require players to pay attention and make decisions without explicit guidance. The game treats its NPC relationships with the same seriousness it treats its combat and its lore. People matter. They end. Both things are true simultaneously. Fact 411. The Tarnished can be summoned as a spirit ash by other players in online mode, a ghost version of themselves available to help strangers. The player who provided this spirit ash is unaware it is being used. Somewhere, a version of the Tarnished is helping someone they will never meet, in a fight they are not present for. This is grace by another name, giving something you cannot track to someone you cannot know, because the world needs it. Fact 412. The Stonebarb-cracked tear, one of the crystal tears for the wondrous physic, causes stunts to break more easily on enemies. The detail that there are items specifically designed for such a granular combat mechanic reflects the game's mechanical depth as expressed through its item variety. Every combat style is supported by multiple tiers of specific enhancement. The game is, among other things, a deeply considered mechanical system that treats its own complexity with the same respect it gives its lore. Fact 413. The clean rot spear, used by the clean rot knights, is described as infused with a radiance that wards off rot. The knights who serve Melania developed weapons to protect themselves from their own commander's most potent expression of power. This is a practical accommodation of an impossible situation. The most devoted soldiers of a scarlet rot vessel made themselves resistant to scarlet rot in order to keep serving her. Devotion in this world very often means adapting to the damage that devotion does to you. Fact 414. The Smith script weapons introduced in the DLC are items created in the realm of shadow by smiths who developed techniques independent of the main lands between traditions. Their designs are distinctive and their abilities reflect a separate technological heritage. This is evidence that the realm of shadow, for all its suppression, still produced genuine innovation. Cut off from the Golden Order's resources and recognition, its craftsmen still made things worth making. Fact 415. Messmer's Impaler Ash of War, available from his remembrance, recreates the signature attack of the DLC's central antagonist. Using it allows the player to embody a technique developed by a demigod who was erased from history, performing his most iconic motion against enemies who have no idea what they're facing. The game allows you to carry the legacy of forgotten people in your fighting style. The weapons remember even when the records do not. Fact 416. The Cerulean Coast in the DLC is described in item lore as a place where Miquella walked before his ascension became his obsession. The image of a young demigod walking a coastal path before the weight of his ambitions fully descended is one of the DLC's quieter emotional touches. He was somewhere before he was what the player confronts. The coast remembers a version of him that the story has already passed. Fact 417. The Finger Ruins of the DLC are associated with an ancient attempt to communicate with the greater will before the current era's framework was established. The ruins suggest the land that is now the realm of shadow was once a place of genuine cosmic aspiration, people reaching toward the sky with architecture designed to get attention. Whether the greater will noticed or answered is not stated. The fingers point up. The sky is silent. Fact 418. The Putrescence Cavalier, a DLC boss, is a being that has been overtaken by a combination of rot and arcane corruption into something barely describable. Its humanoid form is just visible enough to suggest it was once a person. Its attacks are erratic and aggressive in a way that reads as pain rather than predatory behavior. It is a boss that communicates suffering rather than malice, which is a distinction the game takes seriously. Fact 419. The lore of the Gazing Finger in the DLC describes an ancient cosmic observer, a being that watched the world from above and whose attention shaped what was observed. The concept of observation itself, as a force of change in the world, is a philosophical statement that appears in multiple mystical traditions. In the Elden Ring universe, being observed by the greater will, or by an outer god, is not neutral. Attention has consequences. Eyes have weight. Fact 420. The ruins of Rao in the DLC contain traces of a religious tradition that preceded both the Golden Order and Messmer's campaigns in the realm of shadow. The ruins suggest a people who worshipped something that was later suppressed without being acknowledged. A tradition buried so deeply that even the DLC's most informed characters have limited awareness of it. The realm of shadow has its own strata of suppressed history, which is exactly what you would expect of a place created by suppression. Fact 421. The ancient dragon Senesax, a legacy boss in the DLC, is one of the oldest beings the player encounters. His scale relative to other dragons suggests an age that precedes the period in which most of the game's named characters operated. He is not a remnant of a war. He is a remnant of an age that all subsequent wars assumed as their starting point. He is the background, finally made visible as a foreground. Fact 422. The DLC's final area before the promised consort Radahn fight is a golden field, calm, open, and aesthetically unlike anything else in the realm of Shadow. The visual shift is deliberate. Miquella prepared this place as a sanctuary for his divine project. Its beauty is sincere. His intentions, however compromised by the methods he used to achieve them, produce something genuinely peaceful. The game does not discount that. It places it in the path of the most violent encounter in the DLC and lets the contrast speak. Fact 423. The remembrance of the impenetrable thorns associated with the final DLC boss reflects Miquella's nature as a being whose devotion is both genuine and binding. The thorns are not just visual, they are metaphorical, the tangle of love and compulsion and divine ambition that defines everything Miquella built. When you defeat him and hold his remembrance, you hold the compressed memory of a being who made himself into something he hoped would help his sister and everyone like her, and who lost himself somewhere in the process. Fact 424. Elden Ring continues to receive analysis, fan theories, lore breakdowns, and community discussion years after its release. The game was designed to sustain this. Its lore is deep enough that there is always something new to find, always a connection that has not been made, always an item description that sheds new light on something that seemed settled. It rewards the community that formed around it by continuing to offer the community something to do. Fact 425. The word tarnished, used to describe the player character and all who lost grace, carries a specific implied meaning. To tarnish is to lose luster, to be diminished from a previous brightness. The tarnished are beings who were once graced and lost it. But the game frames this loss as preparation rather than punishment, and the tarnished's return is framed as a return of something that needed time away in order to come back ready. The tarnish, in this reading, is the patina, the mark of experience, the thing that makes the surface less bright and the substance more reliable. Fact 426. The final interaction with Marika in the moment before she crumbles contains no formal dialogue in the Age of Fracture ending. She simply gestures. She reaches out. Whatever she was going to say, whatever the god who shattered the world and was imprisoned by it wanted to tell the person who finally arrived, is withheld. The game's most important character ends without a speech. It is the correct decision. Everything that matters was already said through the world she left behind. Fact 427. The lands between is still there when the game ends. The mountains are still mountains. The coasts are still coasts. The grass is still growing in Limgrave. Whatever you chose to do at the top of the Erd Tree, the land persists. It persisted through the age of ancient dragons. It persisted through the campaigns of the first Elden Lord. It persisted through the shattering. It will persist through whatever comes next. The people change. The institutions change. The land remembers all of it and continues regardless. Fact 428. The Elden Ring is not finished. Every player who picks it up for the first time is beginning a story that has been running since February of 2022 and will continue as long as the game is played. The lore is still being found. The connections are still being made. The game that From Software and George R.R. Martin built together is large enough that its edges have not been fully located by anyone. It is a world. Worlds do not end when you stop paying attention. They just continue without you, accumulating history, waiting to be found. Again, continue no matter what. 19 Mars. Resolve to extend content beyond original completion. Point. Resolve to extend content beyond original completion. Point. Fact 429. The Iron Fist. Alexander questline, when fully completed, ends with the player receiving Alexander's innards, the contents of his body, which include the remains of all the warriors he consumed throughout his life. The item is used to craft the Shard of Alexander talisman, which increases the damage of skills. You are wearing a dead friend's insides as a performance enhancement. The game handles this with complete solemnity. Fact 430. The Carian Regal Scepter, one of the best staffs for intelligence builds, was specifically the property of the Carian royal family. Using it channels a tradition developed by Renala's lineage, a tradition that was doing groundbreaking sorcery work in the lands between, long before the Golden Order decided to wage war against it. Every spell cast through that staff is an act of continuing something the Golden Order tried to stop. Fact 431. The Zamor Ice Storm sorcery is connected to the Zamor Knights, an order of warriors who existed in the mountaintops region and developed ice-based combat techniques suited to their environment. Their techniques survived them. The knights are gone. The ice remains. Technique outlasts the people who developed it by as long as anyone is alive to use it. Fact 432. The cruciform tree fronds found as offerings throughout the world are placed at locations significant to the Golden Order's original establishment. Their placement suggests a tradition of ritual marking, the Golden Order's devotees tracking the historical geography of their faith by planting its symbols at points of meaning. After the shattering, no one came to remove them. They are still there, marking a geography that the institution they represent no longer controls. Fact 433. The spirit-calling bell, given by Rena before she reveals herself as Rani, is the prerequisite for the entire spirit summon system. It is given to the player under false pretenses, by a character who has not yet told the truth about who she is, as part of a plan whose full scope neither the player nor most NPCs understand. The most practically useful item in the game comes from the person running the game's most elaborate personal conspiracy. Rani gives freely. The gift is real. The giver has other plans. Fact 434. The rune bears are often cited as the most dangerously disproportionate overworld enemy in the game relative to their placement in early accessible areas. Their lore describes them as creatures whose connection to the Elden Ring's runes gave them enhanced power during the shattering. They are not intentionally aggressive. They are simply operating at a power level that the world around them has not stabilized from. They are animals that the shattering accidentally made more dangerous, and they have no idea. Fact 435. The Deep Siofra, well connecting the surface world to the underground river basin, is one of the earliest points at which the player can descend into the game's underworld. The architecture of the well is ancient, built before the surface structures above it, suggesting the underground was accessed and considered important before the current age built its civilization directly above the old one. The underground came first. The surface was built on top of what was already there. Fact 436. The ghost flame incantations, the blue fire associated with destined death and with the tradition of those who live in death, are among the most visually distinctive in the game. Their blue colouring is the opposite of the golden fire of the Eared Tree tradition. Gold and blue are the game's competing aesthetic poles, and the fire traditions reflect this opposition most directly. When you cast a ghost flame spell, you're using the visual language of everything the Golden Order spent its existence trying to suppress. Fact 437. The Giant Seal, a seal used for incantations specific to the Fire Giant tradition, allows access to spells that the Golden Order categorized as forbidden or heretical. The fact that the seal still exists and functions, that the tradition is still intact enough to be practiced, suggests the Golden Order's suppression of the giant tradition was thorough but not total. Something was preserved by someone, somewhere. The giant's fire was not extinguished when the giants were. It waited. Fact 438. The Elden Ring's world, from the perspective of the Greater Will, may be operating exactly as intended even in its broken state. The shattering, the tarnished's return, the candidate for Elden Lord, all of this may be a designed process for replacing a divine order that has served its purpose with a new one. If the greater will operates on cosmic timescales, the entire age of the Golden Order may have been a single, intended phase, in a process whose next phase requires exactly the kind of breakdown that Marika caused. In this reading, Marika's rebellion was permitted. Her imprisonment was the mechanism for the next step. Everything that feels like catastrophe from inside the world looks like scheduled maintenance from far enough away.